I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of POPs. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win because people can now donate. They're getting rid of the e-waste. The students and the schools can benefit from it. And at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, these are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.
The only power really is being in a gang, but they don't last. The average male lifespan is like about 25. Most of them don't have a single possible way out.
This is one of the main things we wanted to work on, getting them to continue with their education.
My training background is really engineering. However, when I came out of university, I couldn't get a job in the field, so I ended up taking a temporary job as a teacher.
I taught in a low-profile school, and I realized that the children had difficulty in learning.
So I had to try different strategies to be able to help them to at least move on. So we decided to put mathematics in a sort of fashion with video and interactive and simulations. We got a school called Union Claxon Bay to allow us to do an experiment with one of the classes.
The school formerly would get a 5% pass rate in maths. It went up to 25%.
They are so excited when they see the software for the first time because they realize it's no longer just chalk and talk teaching. And when they got that confidence, it really boosted their whole morale. So they knew that they could do anything they wanted to do.
That they could move beyond, being just a statistic.
We got some recognition from our Ministry of Education, and they said, look, we can try it national. In 2015, they gave us Unsung Heroes Award.
We actually met with the president, with ministers in the education system.
In one particular case, we were invited to help students in the hotspot area.
But when we went into those areas, we realized that they had no hardware to use the software.
We decided to try and provide hardware for those areas. They donated their time at evening and nights, and we started to refurbish these computers. To date, we have done like probably 300-400 computers into centers.
They came not only with equipment, not only with computers, but they came with love, which I think was the most important thing that they brought to the community.
The children were really grateful about the fact that they could have the computer to use the software and actually pass the mathematics.
Children now are interested in education, and we have noticed that the grades have improved.
The future of the neighborhoods looks quite promising. There's this need by the people to make that transformation.
Well, one of the most rewarding things is actually seeing young people improve their lives.
Because they're naturally brilliant, they naturally want to succeed. So I think we owe it to them to fix the system.
They see hope because they see themselves being able to further their education.
We need that sort of motivation to move into the next decade.
Education is a thing that is able to transform people. It dissipates ignorance.
Sogan and I, we have a passion to making a difference, to making a change so that we can just have a more better, beautiful nation.
We never really set out to change the future, but really that is what eventually happened.
distant lands, our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance and we play. We relate to each other, the West Indian way. Today as a people united, determined and steadfast we stand.
Hi, I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump, and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of POPs. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity, because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste, can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win because people can now donate, they're getting rid of the e-waste, the students and the schools can benefit from it, and at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. In Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, these are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.
The only power really is being in a gang, but they don't last. The average male lifespan is like about 25. Most of them don't have a single possible way out.
This is one of the main things we wanted to work on, getting them to continue with their education.
My training background is really engineering. However, when I came out of university, I couldn't get a job in the field, so I ended up taking a temporary job as a teacher.
I taught in a low-profile school, and I realized that the children had difficulty in learning.
So I had to try different strategies to be able to help them to at least move on. So we decided to put mathematics in a sort of fashion with video and interactive and simulations. We got a school called Union Claxon Bay to allow us to do an experiment with one of the classes.
The school formerly would get a 5% pass rate in maths. It went up to 25%.
They are so excited when they see the software for the first time because they realize it's no longer just chalk and talk teaching. And when they got that confidence, it really boosted their whole morale. So they knew that they could do anything they wanted to do.
That they could move beyond, being just a statistic.
We got some recognition from our Ministry of Education, and they said, look, we can try it national. In 2015, they gave us Unsung Heroes Award.
We actually met with the president, with ministers in the education system.
In one particular case, we were invited to help students in the hotspot area.
But when we went into those areas, we realized that they had no hardware to use the software.
We decided to try and provide hardware for those areas. They donated their time at evening and nights, and we started to refurbish these computers. To date, we have done like probably 300-400 computers into centers.
They came not only with equipment, not only with computers, but they came with love, which I think was the most important thing that they brought to the community.
The children were really grateful about the fact that they could have the computer to use the software and actually pass the mathematics.
The children now are interested in education, and we have noticed that the grades have improved.
The future of the neighborhoods looks quite promising. There's this need by the people to make that transformation.
Well, one of the most rewarding things is actually seeing young people improve their lives.
Because they're naturally brilliant, they naturally want to succeed. So I think we owe it to them to fix the system.
They see hope because they see themselves being able to further their education.
We need that sort of motivation to move into the next decade.
Education is a thing that is able to transform people. It dissipates ignorance.
Sogan and I, we have a passion to making a difference, to making a change so that we can just have a more better, beautiful nation.
We never really set out to change the future, but really that is what eventually happened.
From many distant lands, our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought through victory and pain. By test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. The great and diverse be our ethnicities. The bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance and we play. We relate to each other, rest in your way. Today as a people united, determined and steadfast we stand. We look to a brand new horizon, the future now firmly in our hands. Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Hele, hele, bravo. Open your sing, Caracom. Lepe, lepe, bravo. Naki your drum, Caracom. Tabu, ya tabu, awo. Open your sing, Caracom. Lepe, lepe, bravo. Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Hele, hele, bravo. Open your sting, Caracom. Lepe, lepe, bravo. Hele, hele. Tabu, ya tabu, awo. Naki your drum, Caracom. Lepe, lepe, bravo.
I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of POPs. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win because people can now donate, they're getting rid of the e-waste, the students and the schools can benefit from it, and at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. In Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, these are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.
The only power really is being in a gang, but they don't last. The average male lifespan is like about 25. Most of them don't have a single possible way out.
This is one of the main things we wanted to work on, getting them to continue with their education.
My training background is really engineering. However, when I came out of university, I couldn't get a job in the field, so I ended up taking a temporary job as a teacher.
I taught in a low-profile school, and I realized that the children had difficulty in learning.
So I had to try different strategies to be able to help them to at least move on. So we decided to put mathematics in a sort of fashion with video and interactive and simulations. We got a school called Union Claxon Bay to allow us to do an experiment with one of the classes.
The school formerly would get a 5% pass rate in maths. It went up to 25%.
They are so excited when they see the software for the first time because they realize it's no longer just chalk and talk teaching. And when they got that confidence, it really boosted their whole morale. So they knew that they could do anything they wanted to do.
That they could move beyond, being just a statistic.
We got some recognition from our Ministry of Education, and they said, look, we can try it national. In 2015, they gave us Unsung Heroes Award.
We actually met with the president, with ministers in the education system.
In one particular case, we were invited to help students in the hotspot area.
But when we went into those areas, we realized that they had no hardware to use the software.
We decided to try and provide hardware for those areas. They donated their time at evening and nights, and we started to refurbish these computers. To date, we have done like probably 300-400 computers into centers.
They came not only with equipment, not only with computers, but they came with love, which I think was the most important thing that they brought to the community.
The children were really grateful about the fact that they could have the computer to use the software and actually pass the mathematics.
The children now are interested in education, and we have noticed that the grades have improved.
The future of the neighborhoods looks quite promising. There's this need by the people to make that transformation.
Well, one of the most rewarding things is actually seeing young people improve their lives.
Because they're naturally brilliant, they naturally want to succeed. So I think we owe it to them to fix the system.
They see hope because they see themselves being able to further their education.
We need that sort of motivation to move into the next decade.
Education is a thing that is able to transform people. It dissipates ignorance.
Sogan and I, we have a passion to making a difference, to making that change so that we can just have a more better, beautiful nation.
We never really set out to change the future, but really that is what eventually happened.
distant lands our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance and we play. We relate to each other, we're West Indian way. Today as a people united, determined and steadfast we stand. We look to a brand new horizon, the future now firmly in our hands. Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Hele, hele, bravo. Open you sing Caracom. Lefe, lefe, bravo. Naki you drum Caracom. Tabu ya tabu awo. Open you sing Caracom.
Hi, I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump, and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of POPs. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity, because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste, can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win, because people can now donate, they're getting rid of the e-waste, the students and the schools can benefit from it, and at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, these are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.
The only power really is being in a gang, but they don't last. The average male lifespan is like about 25. Most of them don't have a single possible way out.
This is one of the main things we wanted to work on, getting them to continue with their education.
My training background is really engineering. However, when I came out of university, I couldn't get a job in the field, so I ended up taking a temporary job as a teacher.
I taught in a low-profile school, and I realized that the children had difficulty in learning.
So I had to try different strategies to be able to help them to at least move on. So we decided to put mathematics in a sort of fashion with video and interactive and simulations. We got a school called Union Claxon Bay to allow us to do an experiment with one of the classes.
The school formerly would get a 5% pass rate in maths. It went up to 25%.
They are so excited when they see the software for the first time because they realize it's no longer just chalk and talk teaching. And when they got that confidence, it really boosted their whole morale. So they knew that they could do anything they wanted to do.
That they could move beyond, being just a statistic.
We got some recognition from our Ministry of Education, and they said, look, we can try it national. In 2015, they gave us an Unsung Heroes Award.
We actually met with the president, with ministers in the education system.
In one particular case, we were invited to help students in the hotspot area.
But when we went into those areas, we realized that they had no hardware to use the software.
We decided to try and provide hardware for those areas. They donated their time at evening and nights, and we started to refurbish these computers. To date, we have done like probably 300-400 computers into centers.
They came not only with equipment, not only with computers, but they came with love, which I think was the most important thing that they brought to the community.
The children were really grateful about the fact that they could have the computer to use the software and actually pass the mathematics.
Children now are interested in education, and we have noticed that the grades have improved.
The future of the neighborhoods looks quite promising. There's this need by the people to make that transformation.
Well, one of the most rewarding things is actually seeing young people improve their lives.
Because they're naturally brilliant, they naturally want to succeed. So I think we owe it to them to fix the system.
They see hope because they see themselves being able to further their education.
We need that sort of motivation to move into the next decade.
Education is a thing that is able to transform people. It dissipates ignorance.
Sogan and I, we have a passion to making a difference, to making that change so that we could just have a more better, beautiful nation.
We never really set out to change the future, but really that is what eventually happened.
From many distant lands, our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance and we play. We relate to each other the West Indian way. Today as a people united, determined and steadfast we stand. We celebrating song as we rush to heights where we belong. Sound of victory drum. Oh, Caracon, hele, hele, bravo. Oh, put your sting, Caracon. Leve, leve, wow. Hele, hele. Tabo, ya, tabo, awo. Knock your drum, Caracon. Leve, leve, wow.
Good morning, good afternoon, good day. A very warm greeting to all of us around the Caribbean as we are here with our Caribbean girls in ICT Celebration 2021. We want to kick off this session as we welcome everyone who is in the room with us, to those of us who are on YouTube or following for this awesome event that we are hosting today. We want to kick off this session by interviewing some of our members around the region and some very important members. I have with me in the room this morning, this afternoon, today, my co-host, Linny Spitt. I have Donna Marie Bertrand. We have also some very special guests. And I want to start with the Honorable Minister from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Islands, the Honorable Curtis M. King. Minister King, can you turn your camera on, your audio, so that we can get this show on the road? Seems like we are not quite
Okay.
here. We
Okay.
are, yes, we
Yeah.
are.
But my camera, I'm not getting it. Okay.
So while the Honorable Minister is preparing himself to join us in conversation, I just want to share a little bit with you on someone I have met over the years who has been a stalwart in education in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Islands, and of course, in the Caribbean. He's a former principal. He's a former Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools awardee. He received that award in 2019. And of course, he's someone who is quite jovial, someone whom whenever we met around the region, he would certainly be involved in all of the conversations and the discussions, all of the forward-thinking conversations that we would be having as it relates to moving education in the region. And while he's preparing as well, I want to recognize some other persons who are in the room. I recognize Mr. Randall Sinanan. I'm not the person who's supposed to be introducing him, but I'm acknowledging you. I'm also acknowledging Sharon Moon and CPAL, who is in the room. Minister, are you anywhere near ready for us yet?
Not the cameras as yet. I'm still working it out. I don't know what it seemed to be.
All right, so as we work that out, I'm going to invite my co-host, Lenny Spitt, to just share some comments with us at this time as well. Lenny, it's over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to all the participants, to the members who are in this particular space at this time. It is good for us to be together again, celebrating our Caribbean girls in ICT and the boys who support them. And I love the theme that was selected this time around, because it allows us to appreciate the fact that both gender groups must be working together in order for us to allow this education system to reach where we want it to go. And so I'm excited about this evening. I await what the various ministers and other supporters and partners of our association as well as RSC are going to say today, because we have lots to learn, lots to share, and this is the opportunity to do so. So Nadine, you can go back to Mr. King now and let him share what he has to share with us about SVG and what is happening there.
I noticed, Linus, that someone else has joined us in the room as well. We have Mr. Afrika Salman. I believe he's coming to us out of Guyana. And I just want to welcome you, and yes, we will be getting right back to you. Yes, Linus, it's a very exciting time. We're going through what I'm calling these challenges with COVID-19. And I have a way of saying it, this good old Christian hymn, that Negro spiritual that we sing here in the Caribbean, the hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. Oh, yes. And sure, so we're going to come out of this, I think, reshaping and recrafting education in some really very exciting ways. And of course, then we note what has been happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It seems that that volcano has really woken up Le Soufrière. It has woken up and it is really giving us quite a bit of a headache. And I see my friend, the Honorable Minister Curtis King, is now on video with us. It's good to see you, my friend. How are you doing?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nadine. I'm okay under the circumstances.
I can't imagine. We have been watching and we've been keeping track of what has been happening in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We've been talking to the president of the Principals Association and other persons whom we know in the island. And of course, our hearts go out to you because we have not experienced it, but based on the videos we've seen, the anecdotal, updates we have received, what we've seen in the media, what we understand from our geography classes way back when, we know it cannot be an easy time for you. And so this morning, as we welcome you to this session, I just want to invite you, Curtis, if I may, to just speak to us from the heart. I know you don't have a lot of time, but just speak to us from the heart. Let us know what is happening with you and our colleagues and our friends and relatives in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Islands as it relates to education at this time, in a context of ICT and with girls, boys supporting them, of course. Okay. What's happening in your neck of the woods?
First up, let me just briefly give you some idea of what is happening relative to the students. With regards to myself and teachers in general, we have not had any injuries, thankfully, okay? However, schools are severely affected, and as such, our education is interrupted, and put it that way. You would recall that even before the volcanic eruption moved to an explosive phase, we had a effusive phase prior to the eruption on Friday 9th April. Now, prior to that, we were planning to resume face-to-face school on Monday 12th because after the end of the first storm in December, we had not gone back to school because we had experienced a spike here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines relative to the spread of the COVID-19, the coronavirus. And as such, it was deemed not safe to return to school. Just around the April month, however, we felt fairly comfortable that the schools should have been in a position to commence the third term on Monday 12th. Unfortunately, on Thursday, we were given instructions that the country was on an emergency alert and that we should evacuate. And by Friday night, the explosive phase started, and therefore schools, most of them in the green and yellow zones, which are basically the safe zones, have been used as shelters, emergency shelters. The schools in the northern zone, mainly what we term as the red zone, where most of the activities are happening because the Soufrière volcano is in the northern zone, in the northern area of the country. Those schools had to be abandoned. And most of the persons from around those areas would have been evacuated. So presently, we have no face-to-face instruction, and we have no remote learning or online teaching. Now, that is challenging, obviously, but as a country and as a people, we cannot throw our hands in the air. So we have been having a series of meetings intended to basically see how best we can utilize the current situation to continue our education. Now, you would recognize, like other Caribbean countries, we are in fact on the eve of a series of examinations in our context, all administered by CXC. These exams include that at the primary level, which used to be the common entrance examination, but which is now called the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment. And that exam basically deals with the placement of students in our secondary schools. Because here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have universal access to secondary school. So all the students would move on to secondary school. However, the challenge is placing these students. Obviously, we have been using the CPEA as that vehicle that would be used to place the students. And at the present time, we are way behind schedule in terms of getting that exam organized. Now, where the secondary school students are concerned, we do the CSET examinations, and they too are behind in terms of the SBA completion and obviously content coverage. I believe all the countries in the Caribbean would be affected in terms of where they are relative to content coverage, given that in most territories, St. Vincent and the Grenadines included, we had to give up the third term of the last school year. That is to say between March and June, July. And therefore the students would have been starting the new school year in September with a significant loss of learning. And then to compound the problem, we have had to shelve the face-to-face instruction again for the second term, which should have started in January. Now, what we would have done once the students could not be reached for once face-to-face instruction were not in place, we moved to online teaching. However, we have seen that online teaching in itself has many challenges. And a lot of these challenges are associated with the students being in a position to maximize the benefit of online teaching. So students have challenges, just like in other countries, with access. In some cases here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, some students didn't even have home. Well, we were coming from homes without electricity. And we had a major problem with the lack of devices. We have done significantly better, I would say, coming into this period because we have seen an improvement in terms of access, both in terms of providing electricity for some homes. We had a special program done by the government in collaboration with the with the electrical provider, Finlec. We have also seen improvement in connectivity. And again, we had great assistance from the telecommunication providers. And where the devices are concerned, we had distributed in late last year some 17,000 devices to students at the community college, those who are doing CAPE, at the secondary school level, and the grade 6, and most of the grade 5s at the primary level. We have since, just last week, we have been able to acquire 6,000 more tablets. And these would be distributed commencing next week to students from grade 2 right up to grade 5. The students in Kingston in the grade 5 classes they were without devices. The number is some 544. But all the other students throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines had received their tablets, the grade 5 students. So we can safely say that in excess of 90% of our students, when we would have completed the distribution of these, well, just over 6,000 tablets, would have access, well, at least would have a device. And would, right, and would be in a position to access online teaching. We have also worked out a program with the providers that would allow us to insert SIM cards into some of these devices that would allow the students who do not have internet access, because internet is provided as a package, but these students would have a program that would allow them internet access at almost zero cost. Okay? So we are in a position now to continue our online instruction. Of course, the other challenges with providing online instruction has to do with the platform and having an appropriate platform. So far, we have been using the Microsoft themes, and of course, there are a couple of schools who are still using Google Suite. But we have identified the Microsoft themes as the main vehicle through which we deliver the online teaching. Now, online teaching, I like to use the broad term remote learning, because even with the online teaching, there are many challenges that would militate against us not always reaching 100% of our students. And of course, in an era where we are talking about no child shall be left behind, we have to try and reach every child. And so we are also exploring options of having lessons by, let us say, master teachers, for want of a better word, but have like a series of lessons produced, stored, and give, and where we can use these to televise, or if you like, to use the same social media platforms to get to students. Now, we are especially challenged though, because we have students and people generally living in the schools, because most of the 88 shelters are basically schools here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So in addition to those initiatives, what we are looking at is establishing learning hubs, location in different areas in the green zone, where we can have students report within the protocols established for COVID-19, of course, but report to certain locations where we can have some level of face-to-face instruction, even while we pursue other modes of instruction.
Minister, if I may take the liberty of interjecting here, we are very heartened, and I don't know if I want to say it, I want to use the word happy in this context, but we're certainly very heartened to see how much effort has gone into ensuring that you are meeting your students where they are, you know, how much you are thinking creatively and acting in such a manner that you will continue to reach students. But as a practitioner myself, as a principal myself, operating out of the island of Jamaica, I don't think I said that at the beginning. One of the things that we've been experiencing is our students beginning to get a little wary of being online, because, you know, we are social beings. And I've never liked the term social distancing. I prefer physical, because, you know, people ought to remain socially connected. And we're seeing some fallout from that. And once the conversation gets going, you begin to recognize that it's not so much that they do not like learning from the using ICT, but it's that distancing from their peers and the other normal interactions that we are accustomed to on a daily basis. And I just hate to think what might be happening in a context of what is happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now. Where are you? What can you tell us? What stories can you share with us? How are you approaching this kind of frustration, this kind of despondency that we know can set in?
Yes, totally agree. And we have always maintained that online teaching cannot be the perfect substitution for face-to-face instruction. But to come back to the question, specifically what we have been engaging, we have been trying some psychosocial sessions, not just with the students, but even for adults who are occupying shelters.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
And as you have said, students are in fact getting bored, if you like, of the fact that they're not having this opportunity to be in touch with their friends and colleagues
Yes.
in a face-to-face manner. And yes, that is why we are talking about learning hubs in different parts of in the green zone, where it is safe to do so. Because we do recognize that face-to-face instruction is absolutely important. I must say though, that even during the period when there was no formal school as such for students at the level of face-to-face instruction, we were working with the individual schools. Once they submitted a plan that convinced us that the students would have been safe traveling to and from school and safe while being at school, and safety here dealing primarily with the issue of COVID-19. Once we were convinced, the schools were given permission to engage their examination classes. That to say the grade 6 at the primary school level and the form 5s at the secondary school level. The community college, where in our case in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we don't have 7-year schools as such. We had one 7-year school that provided what was then called advanced level education. What we have done, we have introduced an integrated approach, and we have a community college that provides advanced level training as well as offer the associate degree program. So you have a division of nursing, you have a division of teaching, and so on and so on. So that institution though, that has not been affected significantly because it is not being used as a shelter so that classes could continue. And in any event, that age group, they have been doing better at the online mode of instruction. And earlier we had ensured that each student at the community college was provided with a device so that they're doing better. But where the challenges are at the level of the primary and at the level of the secondary school. And the whole issue of coming back to CPEA, that is the placement exam. And you know that has serious implication for the entire population. People want
Honorable Minister,
yes?
Whenever we start to talk education with persons who are as passionate about it as we are, and
Yes.
we know your passion, because I'm
Oh,
having
yes.
a very hard time saying Honorable Minister. I want to say Curtis all the
It's
time.
okay,
Yes.
And it just speaks to the kind of person you are. But we really do have to wrap, and I apologize for that, for having to interrupt
Yes.
you. But I want to thank you so much, and I want you to convey to our friends, relatives, and colleagues on the islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that we care a lot about what is happening with them. We are very heartened this morning to hear how much you are doing to reach our children, and not just to reach our children, but to take care of our educators who have to deliver in these challenging times. We want to wish you all the very best. We thank you so much for taking the time out to be on, to share with us, and I'm sure we will get back to you again. But we have to move on to some other panelists,
Yes.
as much as we want to hear more from you. But we will be in touch with persons on the island, and we will hear. So thank you
Just-
so much. I don't know if you're
just
going to be
allow
able
me
to
to
stay
say-
on and hear a little bit more. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I would say, just allow me to say thank you very much to the organizers of this important event. And thanks also to the various countries who have extended tremendous support to us in these difficult times. We are really happy for your magnanimous effort. And we look forward to working together again. I mean, I'm always a teacher.
Of course, of course.
Oh, we all are.
And from CAPS, the Caribbean Association of Principals, Linus, we are
RSC.
saying we love all our children best. So we love Grenada and we love all the other islands. So, sorry, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, my apologies there. So as we close off with Minister King from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I want to acknowledge the presence of the most senior person in CAPS in the room at this time. We have Mrs. Shara Carrington James, who is a principal on the island of Tobago. I'm sure I have that one correct. She is also the president of the Principals Association in Trinidad. You're going to turn your camera on so we can see you very briefly, Shara. And Shara is one of those persons who's working very hard to make sure that this happens. And I'm now going to hand over to Linus so she can continue with our next guest.
Thank you, Nadine. I thought Shara was going to put on her camera for the 2 minutes. Honorable Minister, it was really excellent listening to your sharing. And you can see that a lot of work is being done. And we just wish that all of you would continue to be safe, because in these times, that's a major part of what we all have to do. And I love how you all are caring for each other. You see the togetherness and the work that is being done. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for being here. We now, since our president is not putting on her camera at this moment, we now move on to our next guest. And we have from Guyana, Mr. Afriko Salman. Mr. Salman is the ministerial advisor to the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Priya Manik Chan, and he's a former member of parliament himself. He's also a former grade 6 teacher. So Mr. Salman, Mr. Afriko Salman, if you can just unmute and allow us to see you now, we can begin. Mr. Salman? Mr. Salman?
Hello, it's Miss Salman. Good afternoon.
I am so sorry. I do not know. Miss Salman, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. Sorry about that. And
it's
welcome.
really okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. The name is lovely though. Regardless if it's male or female, it's a lovely name. So welcome to the program. And I know that you will be sharing with us the Guyanese perspective. First of all, one of the things that we would like to know is in Guyana, how are the persons who are in charge integrating education with this ICT and this technology? What has been going on with you?
Well, we've been utilizing all the platforms in ICT, the Zoom and Google Classroom, and our educators, they've been utilizing those platforms quite effectively.
Okay. Could I ask one question here? Are they using different ones in different schools or combinations of the different ones at different schools?
A combination.
Okay. All right. And how have the children been coping with that?
Well, very well where the resources are available.
Okay. You could go ahead, ma'am, and explain what's going on there.
Oh, that was not the perspective that I had gotten. I wasn't sure that, or I'm not sure that is what was expected.
You can speak with what was given to you as your expectation. I just started with the question, yes.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be joining you. I'm extremely honored and privileged to be deputizing for our esteemed Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Priya Manachan, who unavoidably could not be here today due to cabinet and other official engagements. We as a government, and by extension, the Ministry of Education, we're committed to supporting any nonprofit organization in and outside of Guyana whose goals and objectives coincide with the government's developmental agenda. It is for this reason that the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Priya Manachan, readily accepted the invitation, even though she knew that she could not be present due to other official engagements at this time. We fully support the objectives and activities of RSC, some of which include the development of leadership and social responsibility, development of awareness on climate issues, which is so pertinent to the preservation of our natural environment. We as a Caribbean, or we as Caribbean people, should see ourselves as one people, because our foreparents all share the same experiences at one time or the other in terms of our colonial legacy. Globalization, technology, and the Caribbean Single Market and Economy, CSME, have brought us even closer as a people. It is our view that the integration of information and communication technologies and education have been considered the main key to human progress. The development of information and communication technologies, ICT, has a strong potential to transform economies and societies in several ways, such as reducing information and the cost of transacting business, such as promoting innovation and improving education and access to basic services. Please continue to be a beacon of hope for Caribbean girls as we seek to strengthen our technological capability as Caribbean people. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salmon. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Could you just share, just before you go, one last thing on what's going in the Guyanese experience? You just shared with us that various platforms are being used. The children are coping quite well in terms of using them, but you also indicated that there are areas where there may be deficiencies. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, as you know, Guyana is vast,
yes.
and some of our children in outlying areas and riverine areas may not have access to virtual learning. But what we have done in an attempt to ensure that they're not left behind, we've prepared materials which we would distribute to ensure learning materials to ensure that they are not left behind.
And has that been working well? Because in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a very similar package, what we call the package program. And for some of us, it has not been as functional as it should be. How has it been working in Guyana?
As you do know, sometimes parents are busy with their jobs and their lives, and it may be difficult for the parents to pick up these packages. So what we have done, we have basically asked our welfare department in collaboration with our regional education officers to go house to house and distribute packages.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, so we have these outreaches ever so often, and sometimes the Minister of Education, myself, the advisor, we would go out into the communities to find out what is really happening.
Okay, that is excellent. And I'm certain that your students, your student body and your educators are pleased when they see you because they know that the support is there.
Yes,
that's
extremely
an
true.
excellent initiative. Thank you for sharing it. Nadine, I don't know if you have anything to add again to this? Anything to ask?
No, just want to thank
excellent.
Miss
Yes.
Afrika for coming on. I like your name, and I want to
Yes.
apologize for calling you Mr.
Yes.
We are all experiencing the same, similar, we are having the similar experiences around the region. And you know, like I said before, I love all my children best. We love all our children best.
Yes.
And we just want to support each other.
Yeah.
As we like today.
Yes. So thank you, Ms. Salman, for being here. And thank you for the support that you're giving to this initiative.
Thank you. Thank you for having me too.
Yes, most welcome. I believe that Mr. Jackman, is Mr. Jackman in the room? If our tech support could advise.
Good evening,
so
I am here.
You are there. Okay, thank you so
I
much.
get to put the camera on, though Nadine invited me to do that earlier. So yes.
Earlier, yes.
Thanks, Nadine.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President.
Enjoy that.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks, Pat and Nadine, for that really, really engaging opening session, and the Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Minister of Education. Really wonderful. I have co-hosting with me in this segment, though, Heidi Curry. So there's Heidi, the president of the Belizean Association, and our guest at this time would be Davies. He is, Mr. Davies, you're on.
Hi, thank you very much.
All right. So he represents Get Safe outside the UK, working to identify the potential for partnerships which enable people in other countries to access devices. He would have gone through a long history of skills and competencies serving organizations across the Commonwealth. But what I'm interested in now at this time, Mr. Davies is working in Europe, Middle East, and Australia in consulting roles, particularly relating to cybersecurity, child protection, and human trafficking. And that sounds like such a relevant issue, burning issue, one that we can all identify with as our students are exposed, as we are exposed. Where are we at across the Commonwealth? How relevant, how pervasive is this issue that you take up your whole life to look after us? Just share with us briefly.
Okay, Sharon. Well, thank you for the introduction, especially the bit about the long years of experience. You can see them for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. But no, seriously, this is a serious topic and well worth the esteemed speakers, of which I'm very proud to be just one. In short, I think what we see across the Caribbean Commonwealth is that COVID-19, among all the other effects it has had, has increased the risk that people will fall foul in terms of online safety, whether it's kids spending more of their social time online on social networking sites, whether it's businesses who may have been used to doing business in a physical way, going to the bank, handing over cash, having to adapt to doing business in the digital world, and perhaps being caught out as businesses around the world are. What the technical people talk about is the threat surface. The threat is the same. It's about fraud, it's about being deceived, it's about being abused, but COVID has multiplied the possibility of that threat happening to people many times over. Now, Shara, I know I've got only a short time to speak. So if it's okay with you, I'm just going to say a little bit about the organization I represent and what we've been doing in the Caribbean. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm proud to represent an organization called Get Safe Online. We are a UK-based not-for-profit organization. Actually for the last 2+ years, funded by the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, following the Commonwealth Heads of Government Cybersecurity Declaration in 2018, we have been funded to provide our services, firstly in the Caribbean, and secondly, based on our success there in other parts of the world. What we do quite simply is try and help people be aware of the risks of being online and how to protect themselves. And our audience, our target audience, ranges from the very young individuals to the rather more senior types like myself, but also businesses and organizations, and frankly, anybody who for professional or personal reasons is at risk and needs to know how to make themselves safe. We do that through three main routes. We provide a website, which is, I can tell you, an encyclopedia of knowledge about all the different risks that may befall people, but not just worrying and frightening people, telling them how they can make themselves safe, understanding the risk, giving some idea about good practice. Now, the 12 Caribbean countries that are part of the Commonwealth of Nations each have their own website. If you go on any well-known search engines and tap in Get Safe Online, you'll probably come up with the website in your domain or one very nearby. But please go and refer to these and encourage your school pupils, the girls and women whose safety you care so much about, to go and take a look for themselves, because there's a lot of information in there that would be of great use to them. The fact is, not everybody goes to websites, and so what we also do is reach out to people wherever they are. So in the last 2 years, we've worked with a Caribbean-based PR agency to put adverts out on radio, in the newspapers, on billboards, anywhere where people we think will see the message and get the message. And we try and pick out the biggest risks and the biggest, most vulnerable target audiences and get them some basic awareness of safety into their minds. And of course, let them know where they can go if they want to learn more. The third thing we do is we try and work in partnership with every single country, and indeed with the regional organizations that do so much to coordinate and provide some leadership, such as the Commonwealth Telecommunications Union, for example. And indeed CARICOM Impacts, with which some of you may be familiar. And what we try and do there is we work within a funding envelope, and we know that our funding may not last forever, but what we're keen to do is make sure that whatever happens with our funding, the people we serve continue to get the benefit. And the best example I can give of that is something that we introduced in the Caribbean this year after our first year of operating, and that's our ambassador scheme. And I just love this scheme to bits. Why? Because frankly, our evaluation tells us that the best way of conveying a message to people about being safe online is face-to-face. Zoom is great. It's fantastic to meet you all. Think of how long it would take to assemble this multitude if it wasn't for this technology. But there are some things that are always best done face-to-face. And so what we do through our ambassador scheme is we recruit people who are volunteers anywhere in the Caribbean. We give them training and sufficient knowledge to stand in front of a group of people and give them the good word about their online safety. And we continue to support them and mentor them as they develop. Not that many of them need a huge amount of support and mentoring. And I think you can imagine for yourselves that the power of this particular approach to spreading the word across the Caribbean, just as we do in the Pacific and in Rwanda in Africa. And we have about 75 ambassadors so far recruited across the Caribbean, a number of different countries. Between them, they've done about 130 face-to-face sessions, reaching over 3,000 people. And the evaluation we've got is that makes a really powerful impact on their awareness and their desire to go and tell their friends and their families about online safety. And one of our ambassadors, one of our stars, is a lady called Roxanne Anderson. She's a teacher based in Jamaica. She's already one of our silver ambassadors, which means she's done a lot of sessions, reached a lot of people. And as part of this fantastic Caribbean Girls in ICT event, she is giving a workshop to girls aged between 12 and 18 about their online safety issues, starting on the next hour. And that's all part of this great event that we're part of. And the kind of things that she's going to be wanting to talk about most are some of the most prevalent risks that girls particularly face, cyberbullying and grooming, And these are things that we know are unfortunately not uncommon across the whole world, I can tell you. But we want to identify these particular vulnerabilities that will be relevant to them and enable them to target harden themselves so they know how to protect themselves. I've really got not much time left, but with that time, I'd just like to give you a brief tour of one of our websites. There are plenty of them around. And so hopefully this works. I think what you can see here, plucked as if by magic, Shera, is the Trinidad and Tobago Get Safe Online. Completely coincidental, I can assure you. But if you go on our website, and I encourage you all to do this, please, this is what you will see. You will see a local feel where we can to the website. You'll see the national colours. Where there are particular organisations that we link with, you'll see their emblem as well. And we don't specialise in a particular area. You can ask this almost anything about online safety, and it will give you an answer. And either I'm going to fall flat on my face, or we're going to come up trumps here. But I'm just going to put grooming in here, and there we go. And there are 4 different articles about grooming, the risk of grooming, different ways in which grooming can take place, which you don't always think of. And of course, the fact that grooming can happen for many different reasons. It's not just about sexual abuse or worker exploitation, though there is that. There's also the risk of radicalization and other unfortunate results of people being controlled online. I would love to spend the next hour talking to you about this stuff, but I get the message that I haven't got that. But look, I hope you'll get my email address, and please do share that with anybody who's listening who would like to engage with us about this. You're more than welcome to drop us a line. And we absolutely love working in the Caribbean. In fact, my final word, Shera, I promise, one of the many events we've held, we to recognize people in the Caribbean who step up above and beyond to help promote cyber safety. We held a Caribbean Cyber Heroes competition. And on this occasion, the winner, these are people who just do awesome amounts of work, often in their own time, go so far beyond the call of duty to promote online safety. And our winner came from Grenada. I'd like to mention a lady called Zamar Thomas, who comes from another Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Dominica. And she was highly commended. And if you just look here at what she did, she created portals to disseminate information for the general public so that there would be communication between the public and the government agencies. She volunteered her time working in the hotline center in the evenings, in addition to a regular job. She just does loads and loads of stuff. And we meet these people again and again, men and women, many women in really high official posts who are able to conduct the community of interest and amplify our efforts by feeding our work through into the education system, into remote areas, accessing Wi-Fi for the first time. I'm going to stop because I'm running over my time, but thank you so much for your time. Really, it's a great pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
It's great having you, and it is so informative and relevant. As I said, there are so many of us who struggle as administrators and principals of schools to get children to understand, or students to understand, the implications for their future, the entire life, with cyber risk and exposure, if I put it that way. So I'm really grateful. We have over 14,290 students on board registered, 14,000 across the region. So
that is awesome.
Awesome indeed. And we will continue to make the message of awareness available to them. And I'm glad that Roxanne is. I wish I could jump in the next hour to hear Roxanne myself. But ambassadors, heroes that connect with them is something that they will need, that they could identify with. So thank you very much, Mr. Davies. I love it. And yes, I will use the email.
And if we can be of any support to any of you in your fantastic mission, the 14,000 plus, or all the others who aren't yet joined in, please just let us know. We'll be delighted to help. We share your mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the partnership and for coming on. Thanks for your time. So you could just click the leave and it would take you right back.
So President James, what an enlightening, Yes, I'm just so excited to hear that such great work is happening in cybersecurity, cyber safety, such an important topic in today's time. I'm also very pleased to introduce our new representative here with us this morning. And so do we have Ms. Nareen Nalia here with us, the Deputy Public Affairs Officer for the U.S. Embassy Trinidad and Tobago. Nareen is involved in many programs that support youth, including the Youth Ambassador Program, and we're so grateful for her time to talk about the important topic of girls and the boys who support them in ICT. So thank you and welcome. Is just double checking, Ms. Nalia, are you here with us this morning? It's this morning in Belize, it's this afternoon in other parts of the Caribbean. So are you here with us this afternoon?
You're 2 hours behind. I am not seeing her. Let me just make sure that she come across.
Okay. And while we wait for her to join, I'll just say to all the students listening, I'm so grateful that you are getting to learn about ICT, and COVID has been a leapfrog opportunity for you to engage and immerse in technology like never before, and such a powerful tool to open the doors. Now you can create teams and businesses and create solutions with students, adults across the Caribbean and even across the world. So I'm grateful that you're here today, looking forward to sharing more information with you. So President James, shall we?
I'm checking here to see Miss Nalia should have been, let me just, I am seeing. Oh, there she is. Oh, you're there. I just wondered if we had to come and find you. I know that your tenure here, you said, is soon going to be up. I thought you had left us. All right, Heidi, all over to you.
Okay. Well, Nalia, thank you so much for being with us. I'd just like to start with asking you to share how the U.S. Embassy has been involved in promoting girls and the boys who support them in ICT.
Thank you, Heidi. That's a fantastic question. So this is our second year actually being able to support this initiative, and we're so happy to do so. And first of all, I would like to thank Restore a Sense of ICANN for inviting us again. I hope that means we did a good job last year, but this is our second year hosting a breakout session. So this year we have Monica Jean-Normil from our IT department, and one of our alumni from the YLI, or Young Leaders of America's initiative, which is basically an initiative where we send a few entrepreneurs from all over the region. We send them to the US this year virtually, but hopefully next year it'll be in person again. And we send them to the US and they learn entrepreneurship skills, embed themselves with companies there. So we have these programs, and one of our gracious alums from there, Jamie, has agreed to serve on a panel with Monica. And the two of them will be discussing how to find and connect with role models and mentors. And that's a really important topic for us, because we know no matter how much you train someone with the practical skills, it's really, really important to mentor people. And we find that especially important for women and girls of color, because we often find that mentorship is really key to helping them navigate helping us navigate the system. I know personally there were all sorts of things that I did not understand about the system when I first arrived in it as a diplomat, and that other women of color were gracious enough to be phenomenal mentors for me. And so we talk a lot about that how to find and connect with role models and mentors is really key to success. No matter what your background is, no matter where you're from. And we hope that people will attend that session, as I think it's going to be really insightful and informative. Connecting with the right mentor really can change your life. You have to learn from your own mistakes, of course. I never forget my mistakes. They gnaw at me in the middle of the night sometimes, but I do learn from them. But at the same time, mentoring can guide you and support you and make you feel like you're not alone as you're going through that journey, and can help you sometimes avoid making the mistakes, but still learning the lessons along the way. So picking the right mentor role model is critical. And I have to say this, Girls in ICT and the boys who support them, GICT, it's an initiative that's a result of a lot of hard work of RSC and the joint efforts of all the collaborators. So the success of the event will be all of your efforts, but I hope that the embassy can, in at least our small way, be a part of that success as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And we have in Belize, where I'm located as both part of the Caribbean and Central America, we have Central American youth ambassadors through the U.S. Embassy. And so I have firsthand knowledge with some of my students participating in those programs. So I would say to any students listening to us now that these programs, just like we're hearing from Ms. Nalia, will help to, grow the student in ways that the classroom cannot. So I'm so grateful for all of your efforts in the programs that you're leading. And I'd like to hear if you have anything you'd like to say about how you believe COVID has impacted our youth in ICT, both in challenges and that positive way, perhaps, of the greater access or immersion in technology. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a great point, Heidi. And I just want to say it's kind of funny you mentioned youth ambassadors, because I leave, sadly, Trinidad and Tobago in about a little over a month. And I'm going to actually be going to DC to help run Youth Ambassadors program. So I'll be really involved still in Caribbean and Western Hemisphere through that program and through a couple of other ones that I'm working on. So really, really excited about that.
My daughter,
but it's
jump in here, and my daughter actually benefited from that program. It was a transformational experience for her. I mean, I can say that.
I'm so glad to hear that. It's one of my favorite programs because I get to work on from Trinidad and Tobago too, and that's why I applied to do that program in DC. So definitely one of my favorite ones. But yes, on the issue of technology, it's a great point. And I do think COVID has been one of those, I mean, it's been a tragedy. In the US itself, we've lost over 500,000 people. There's not a single American I know who doesn't know or feel that, or know someone who hasn't lost someone and doesn't know that loss very viscerally. At the same time, financially, of course, it's had a huge cost for a lot of people. But at the same time, it has provided opportunities. And I will say, I often regret that I don't have more technical knowledge, that I don't understand coding. I don't know how to work on a lot of things. And I think as a result of COVID, a lot of the younger generation is going to necessarily know, because of necessity, because of going virtual at such a young age and having to learn tech skills. I think they're going to be a lot more tech savvy than, as it is, they were always going to be more tech savvy than we were. But I think as a result of COVID, they're even more, because those who did not have the opportunity or were not connected enough to be tech savvy, where it might have been a matter of privilege 2 years ago, it's now becoming a matter of course that everybody has to have access to technology. Everybody has to be online. There is still a major digital divide. I think we're making major progress on it, both in the US and in Trinidad and Tobago. There's still a lot of progress and work that needs to be done to make sure that it is there's equity and equality in that access to digital technology. But the embassy's tried to do a bit of work on there. And I know the different ministries and governments have been working hard, as well as the NGOs and all these organizations and people, the private sector. Everybody's been coming together for that. And that's been fantastic. But there's still a bit of ways to go. And yet I do think that being online earlier is going to be a benefit to the young people of today.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing. And just in closing remarks, is there anything you'd like to say to the students who are watching us now? We have more than 14,000 students that have registered for this event. And so as you mentioned that, in your career, technology has become so important, but perhaps you would like to have some more skills in that area. So what would you say to the young people listening today about any encouragement for pursuing those skills to benefit their future?
Absolutely. So if there's one message I can give, pay attention to everything you're hearing today. Whatever sessions you attend, make sure you're paying attention, listen to what they're teaching you. If something sounds like it may not be important, still maybe check it out, because it may end up being important in a way that you had not anticipated. And then also, don't ignore the other aspects of professional development. It's, as I mentioned, the mentor session, but just always remember that your job is more than the skills. It's also part of navigating the politics and the all the other parts of being in a career. So there are things that I had to learn when I did my career that were protocol, that, I did all the education I needed for my career, but I didn't think in terms of, if you're hosting an official event, who do you introduce to whom, and things like that. But it's amazing how much more there is to your job than the actual just learning the technical skills. So what I will say is, try and get the most rounded experience you can from these sessions. Look at everything and look at how it makes you a more rounded person. But definitely, if you think you know a topic well, I would say don't do that one and try some of the other ones that you don't know. Branch out in new directions, but really take everything you're learning today seriously, because the future is probably dependent on a lot of what you're going to learn today.
Thank you so much for sharing those words of wisdom and for carving out this time with us this morning. We're so grateful. All the best to you on your future endeavors, and we look forward to continuing those relationships.
Thank you so much. And while I am heading out, I am going to say that I know the people replacing me are already incredibly interested in continuing these relationships too. So I look forward to that, and the embassy looks forward to continuing our relationship. But you all do a great job, and we look forward to working with you again in the future. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So you can stick around, or you can push the lead, and we will appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have always had that partnership with the U.S. Embassy, and it's always been one that we appreciate and we value, and has brought a lot of learning to the students across the region, actually, not just Trinidad and Tobago.
Wonderful. It's so great to hear that your family personally benefited.
My daughter.
Yeah, certainly the students I've seen, it's life-changing. One of those moments that...
Transformational, yes.
Exactly.
Right. Well, we're going to have the High Commissioner of India coming in, Heidi. So you're up.
Fantastic.
His Excellency, he's actually in already. So Heidi, over to you again, and you can have fun again.
So I'll share a bit of background. Arun Kumar Sahu is the High Commissioner of India to Trinidad and Tobago. He joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1996 and assumed charge in High Commission of India on the 3rd of September 2019. He also served as a board member on the U.S.-India Educational Foundation and on the Canada-India Center for Excellence in Science, Technology, Trade, and Policy at Carleton University, Ottawa, Canada. He's also a celebrated author and poet. And Your Excellency, we're so happy to have you here with us this afternoon. And so I would like to just give the opportunity to go ahead and have you share how you and the organizations that you serve have been involved in promoting girls and boys who support them in ICT.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you loudly and clearly.
Okay. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be part of today's program organized by Restore Essence of ICANN, RSC, a non-profit organization focused on social development through education and technology. As you know, according to a 2017 UNESCO report called Cracking the Code, Girls and Women's Education in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, STEM, only 35% of STEM students in higher education globally are women. And only 3% of female students in higher education choose information and communication technology studies. This trend is particularly concerning when STEM careers are the opportunities of the future. The lowest female enrollment is observed in information ICT, engineering, manufacturing, and construction. And of course, natural science, mathematics, and statistics. Women also leave STEM disciplines in disproportionate numbers during their higher education studies, transitioning to the world of work and even during their career cycle. Both education and gender equality are an integral part of UN 2030 agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, They are linked to managing climate change, food security, improved healthcare, safe drinking water, green growth, and biodiversity protection. Over the years, more girls are indeed in school today than ever before, but many do not get same opportunities as their male counterpart to aspire for education of their choice. They are in many cases held back by gender discrimination, institutional biases, established social norms and expectations. Media representations of women also have a significant influence. There are, however, significant regional differences. For example, girls outperform boys in many countries in Asia in science and technology. Regional differences also exist in mathematics. Girls are particularly disadvantaged in, I am told, in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. Coming to the Indian situation, the situation in India is slightly different today. The number of women employed in the IT business process management, or what we call IT BPM industry in India, has rapidly increased over the past decade. More than 30% of employees are now female. According to the National Association of Software and Service Companies, NASSCOM of India, women now make up 34% of the IT workforce in India, with most of these workers under the age of 30. The youth of India, Indian IT labor force, has significantly powered its rapid growth, and the country is now almost at a 50% 50 to 50 gender parity rate in STEM graduates. The next challenge, however, for India is retaining gender diversity through middle management and leadership roles. A more diverse workforce, creating a more prosperous, sustainable business. In its report, Why Diversity Matters, as you know, McKinsey and company have shown that companies in the top quartile for gender diversity are 15% more likely to have financial returns. And the companies in the bottom quartile, both for gender and ethnicity and race, are statistically less likely to achieve above average financial returns. Analysis indicates that in India, over 51% of entry-level recruits are women. Over 25% of women are in the managerial positions, but less than 1% are at the CEO level. Motherhood handicaps many women in their career progression in India and maybe some Asian countries. To address this, the government of India has implemented 26-week maternity leave for the private sector. Other advantages of the Maternity Benefit Amendment Act include daycare facilities or creches for working mothers, a non-discriminatory performance appraisal system that acknowledges the female employee's absence, and work from home policies. One of India's largest IT companies, HCL Technologies, recently launched its I Believe initiative, few years back actually, a second career program designed for women who have taken a career break and are now keen to rejoin the workforce. HCL already provides flexible working, daycare facilities, pink parking, and work from home options for improving the work-life balance of its women employees. It reports that now 99% of the female employees that take a maternity break are returning to work. Similarly, TCS, the largest of India's IT companies, has a flagship program for women leaders at the mid-level, nudging them to get out of their comfort zone. Middle-aged Indian mothers often choose to take time off to support their kids applying to university. The company is trying to help them by providing flexibility in working closer to home to continue to grow in the corporate environment while ensuring that their teenage children get the support and guidance required for university entrance. where the husband and wife both work in the same organization, there is often a lot of needed geographical mobility. TCS has for some time provided the flexibility to join partners wherever they are working by either finding a project for them to do in the new location or giving leave to be the guest spouse. Platforms like Feminspiration, Women Connect, and Women Affinity Groups provide opportunities to interact with successful women within the organization and industry. A very focused career development program called Ascend is also available for high potential women leaders to advance their careers towards senior leadership cadre. Given the increasing role of information communication and technologies, ICT, in the STEM workplace, more global attention is needed to ensure that girls have equal opportunities to quality ICT education, addressing stereotypes therein. In some countries, parents continue to expect their sons and daughters to get into engineering or science because these are the aspirational sectors. Engineering is still viewed as a preferred profession in many countries. As these markets develop, there will be more career choices for young aspirations, it is hoped. In India, the Digital India initiative launched in 2015 continues to act as a powerful agent in changing social norms within the country and has boosted science and math, especially in small towns. The tier 3, 4, and 5 Indian cities are providing an excellent source for engineering skills. Over the years, India has registered robust growth in new sciences such as biotechnology, genetic engineering, space sciences, material sciences, nanotechnology, etc. Women scientists and researchers have become an integral part of these developments. I hope today's deliberations will encourage many girl students, parents, and educational institutions to increase interest in creating an enabling environment for girls and women to join the STEM and IT, BPM education and workforce. I wish the event all success. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Your words of the research, the data, the programs, all of the initiatives demonstrate the passion, dedication, and commitment that is needed to close that gender gap. And I'm so I just feel so excited inside to hear, I mean, just the plethora of all that you just shared. And given that we do have 14,000 students registered for this event, you do have many girls who are listening to you now. What would you say directly to those girls about what their role is in being part of these programs that are offered to close that gender gap?
You know,
or you'd like to share, go ahead.
Yeah, my sense is, you know, there are three different levels of let's say competence that a child can develop. One is some group of students, whether they're boys or girls, I think irrespective of gender, they are naturally inclined towards numbers and abstractions. So there is a separate category, but there are a second category who actually they are inclined, but they get little scared whether we'll do well or not, you know. So I think there the family support and the institutional support is and support of the teachers is very, very critical. And if you give a little nudge, a girl actually can go for you know, math and science, and particularly in younger days, you know, there is in some societies and in some sections, you know, there is a fear for abstraction and numbers, and there is also in today's world there is also an instant temptation to use technology for simple calculations. I think from my own experience in working in almost every part of, I think, Northern Hemisphere, I could tell you that it's good to use technology, something like, a calculator, or, use your smartphone for doing simple arithmetic. But I think it is also important that children at a young age, if they are exposed to the natural aptitude of calculation, basic calculation. Like, there was a time when we were studying. There was no calculator, for example, in our, until even in India today, till you are in grade 10, so which is about what, 15 year, till you are actually grade 10, which is 11, 12, 14, 15 year of age, you are normally discouraged. Let me put it mildly. You are discouraged to use calculator for because you are not doing calculus at that time, and you are in the beginning of your mathematical calculus in mathematics. Till that point of time, parents, those who are little concerned, and teachers who are little sincere that a child should do well and he or she has an aptitude for numbers, they generally prefer, advise the students again and again not to use the calculator unless it is really needed. And what happens is then the fear for numbers and calculation, I think, over the years then goes away, and the child himself or herself realizes that she is good at numbers. That fear has to go, I think, at a very young age, and the confidence has to come that I'm actually good in numbers, and how to manipulate numbers and how to think abstract in numbers. And as far as information technology is concerned, now there are three, four different levels at which, at least in India, children are exposed to. There is a whole group of students who would prefer to be computer engineers, those who will deal with hardware. But there is a whole range of students who would be looking at software development, which is, one level of, and there are the programmers. And then now, very recently, we have started in schools, which is called coding. So coding is basically fun for the children, but then at a very young age, when we are exposed to technology, instead of, I think, playing only video games and all those, this thing, if you do, what we have done is we have introduced coding. So children are very excited to do initially, smaller programs, coding, and then, do a small, let's say, bot, create a bot and show it to the parents that this is what I have created. But that is one way of tuning their mind to something which they are creating. So, and then, of course.
That sounds really, go ahead.
Thank you for these words of wisdom. Where, as you were talking, I was thinking about the I Believe initiative and how important it is, for them to believe. We're grateful for you to share what you've shared, and for all the girls listening to hear those practical applications of how
Heidi as well. His Excellency is talking there really about training the brain, that plasticity of the brain from a very young age. And we said 14,000 a little while. High Commissioner, even as you're speaking,
yeah,
16,000 of our children across the region that have logged in to hear your words of wisdom. So Heidi will thank you, but it's a phenomenal experience. You speak of a lot of policy across your country that speaks to recognizing from an early age this is absolutely necessary. So
yeah,
my 2 cents, and I'd let Heidi wrap up. Sorry.
and no, and I will also tell you that any youngsters who is looking at information technology or new sciences must also look at an Indian student institution and India, what they are doing. because in many areas, as you know, whether you are working in India or you work in North America or Europe, you will find an Indian who is doing this. So it's interesting to understand.
Well, I would leave you and the commissioner, and we would sit here whole day and we let the others go into another room, right?
Right. And thank you for inspiring our youth to be the creators of technology and not just the users of technology, and really open those doors. We're so grateful for your time. Have a wonderful day and look forward to connecting with you again very soon.
Thank you very much.
Heidi, I would leave you and I'll go with the High Commissioner, right?
Okay. Exactly.
Thank you very much. Very engaging.
Thank you. And I'll pass back to you, Ms. Shara.
Thank you very much. All right, that was a session that we indeed were very engaged in and fully invested in listening to what the policies like and so on in India, transforming a society to have girls respond to ICT and STEM. But we have another guest coming in, and that guest is Niwad Tiwari of the American Chamber of Commerce of Trinidad and Tobago. So Mr. Tiwari is just about coming in. And Heidi, I know that tech is all your field as well, so you're fully at home and engage in His Excellency there. It's a really nice.
It would have been great. Well, do we have our guest here now, or we have a few moments?
You and I are discussing, and our guest is
coming soon. Well, while we wait, I'll just say I was so encouraged to hear of all of those programs. And I loved to hear His Excellency refer to the history of being afraid to use technology with something like math, and how much further we can all propel ourselves in what we're doing by applying technology in all the different fields we're learning, particularly.
Yes.
Yes. So I loved hearing that. And our guest, are we here yet?
We are here talking in the platform, and no, I'm not seeing Mr. Tiwari just yet, but he's going to come in shortly, I'm sure.
Okay.
And he is in the American Chamber of Commerce in Trinidad and Tobago, and has been one of those persons who has championed the partnership of AmCham with RSC and Apps All Local. Oh, Mr. Tiwari is there. We are chatting away. Mr. Tiwari, welcome to the platform. We have with us Niwad Tiwari, the CEO of AmCham, the American Chamber of Commerce Trinidad and Tobago. That's correct?
Correct, yes.
And he would have spent many years invested in partnerships with RSC and the Association of Principals of Secondary Schools Trinidad and Tobago. And now we have the beautiful opportunity of extending that across the region, the Caribbean Association. And this has been a long road for us in this partnership. So we thank you for it, because without your support, a lot of the initiatives that APS and CAPS and RSC would have engaged in would not have had the kinds of successful outcomes that we've experienced. So welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I must say that my colleague Melissa Pear really deserves a lot of the credit for building the relationships and keeping them going as well.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa, as well, because she's usually on the ground with us, facing and making sure that our rules and so on, and the networking happens.
Shara, we didn't hear you. Just for that.
You're not hearing me?
We are now, but the last sentence you said we didn't hear.
Oh, really? Sorry about that.
That's okay.
We do a lot of networking with Melissa indeed, and a lot of the breakout rooms and the rooms. So sorry about that for whatever reason. So tell us about American Chamber. How have you, I know that you would have done a trade show with the High Commission of Canada recently. How invested were girls in that initiative? You would have gone off to a virtual, what is it, trade show?
Yes. So, I mean, if I may sort of answer the question coming at it sideways, AmCham Trinidad and Tobago has always believed very strongly in gender equity. And it's something that we have accepted, as it were, as a core pillar of what we do. And last year, we were able finally to get to gender parity on our board, which is no small feat, because in the Caribbean, you're more likely to have a female manager than you are to have a male manager. However, when you get to the executive level, the board level, those numbers fall off drastically, and women are only represented at a ratio of about 23%, give or take. So we're trying to diagnose where the problems are. And I say problem deliberately, because you can't have more than half of the world's population being female and less than a quarter of the world's population being represented at the decision-making level. That's a problem from where we sit. Yeah. So
I would agree with you.
So we're trying to diagnose it and then do something actively to ameliorate it. And so by putting more females on the board, and by I say putting, people are elected to the board, so the members elect them. It's not a selection process.
Right.
We are also therefore showing companies and in both the private and public sectors that that you cannot say, well, okay, if we want to increase female participation at C-suite level, we don't know who to pick. That's not a valid excuse anymore, but we're actively doing something about it by making sure that our board is not part of the problem. In addition to which, we have been for the last 3 years working with the IDB and doing a women's mentorship leadership program, where we are asking our member companies to send out to their employees and to nominate employees, female employees, who are looking for mentorship for whatever reason. And we are matching them with mentors who are both female and male. And that program has grown. Last year we had 37 people. We just closed off the applications. This year I think we have about 30 this year. And so in the 4 years that we've been doing it, we've been able to mentor through the program and in collaboration with the IDB more than 100 women who are mid-level career in their careers generally, and looking to take the next step professionally and looking for some support. So our women's leadership program conference is the largest in the country. We just completed that. We usually have that the week of International Women's Day. We always have, for the last 4 years or so, more than 200 people attending that. And so we are actively trying to ensure that in all that we do, we are conscious of the fact that we have to do more to promote gender equity. And so the tech sector is a key pillar of what we're doing as well. We have a digital transformation committee, which, again, ironically, it wasn't by design, is headed by a female, a very dynamic woman, Zia Payton from PwC. And one of the deputy chairs is also female. And what we're doing there is we believe that the tech sector, I just caught the end of what Heidi was saying. Heidi, I hope you don't mind me calling you by your first name.
Not at all.
But tech as an enabler is one thing, and a very important thing. So tech enabling the provision of services through the things that government typically does, including education, but also, and in the private sector, helping us to become more competitive. But tech as a sector in itself. And we believe that the tech sector, or we can develop a tech sector in Trinidad and Tobago that can be a key component of our diversification journey. And most of us are fed up of the word diversification, but basically a key sector that can provide employment and taxes and be an engine of growth for us in the future. Now, I must admit, I don't feel the divide in the tech sector, the gender divide, but I know it's there and the research is there. And so in all that we're doing, we want to ensure that we are able to highlight or highlight the positive case studies or stories, as well as ameliorate where there may be a trend toward some form of gender divergence. So that was a very long answer to your question. I hope I did.
Well, it is very enlightening. The amount of work that AmCham has done, and we experience it in our schools. So the debate sessions, the plenary sessions, and so on, our students, even in our schools, are engaged as well with AmCham. And the business component of why I jumped in there with the trade show up front was because given the pandemic, so many of our businesses are struggling. And I just wondered how many of our female business owners are impacted by this and how they would have responded to the virtual trade show. So that is something that caught my attention. And I wondered how many of our female business owners are, if you see that gender divide, as you say, in the business ownership here in Trinidad and Tobago, and whether they would have, responded to the virtual reach out that you would have had.
Yeah, I mean, so there are more men who own businesses or run businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. As I mentioned, when you get to the CEO, C-suite level, you do see a stark difference. But what you do find is that many of the women who are business owners, I'd like to use the phrase outnumbered, but certainly not outgunned.
As you start to smile, so waiting on it to come, what is he coming with?
No. I'm using the phrase outnumbered, but not outgunned. In that when you engage, I suppose, and this is an assumption, I suppose because it's so disproportionate still, that when you find females in those positions, the female, many of them whom I've encountered are very they've gotten there through a lot of grit and overcome a lot of obstacles. So they're well prepared, and you see, we tend to discuss gender issues and want to fit them in neat buckets, so that females have certain traits and men have certain traits. But that's not true. Just like you'll have men who are very aggressive, you'd have women who are very aggressive. And just like you'd have men who are more, they like to play mediator, you have women who like to play mediator, so on. And so I think that maybe there are some skills or attributes that are more prevalent in males than females or females than males. But to say that every female or every male can be put into a bucket is not true, right?
Okay.
So when you're a leader, you use the skills that you've learned along the way and developed along the way differently. So at times you have to be strong and aggressive, and at times you have to be soft and compassionate.
Right. Do you have any youth initiatives on board this year, given COVID? How has AmCham adapted to all the things that you do, the whole suite of activities? My children have lots of awards on my school wall, from AmCham.
So unfortunately, we had to cancel our National Youth Productivity Forum this year after 11 years. But that's not to say we're not doing anything. So last year, over the summer, we partnered with the Arthur Ashe Institute and the US Embassy. And I think it was about 20 females who would have participated in that program. It was like a not quite a summer camp, but a training program. And the kids who participated got laptops at the end of it as part of that program. And right now, as we speak, in one of the other rooms, and in partnership with RSC, we're doing the AmCham HSE Youth Forum. So we are doing topics around cybersecurity and several other things, careers in HSE and so on. So we're doing this in parallel or as part of this Girls in ICT program, but in a different room right now and in partnership with RSC. So we're very grateful for that partnership. So we continue to find ways or try to find ways to engage the young people. We have been working in the Russell Latapy High School for the past 3 years, but with COVID, that's become more difficult. And so our collaboration is not as not as much as we would like,
Right.
because we can't interact with the kids.
I think
We are
is actually
supporting.
on as well.
Pardon me?
I think their principal, Russell Atipi principal, is here with us today, so she's most
Yeah,
appreciated.
Mrs. Lucienne Batiste is here.
Oh,
She's
yeah,
awesome,
she's
she's
there.
very, very, very good.
Well, kudos to you, Alicia. Yeah, she is. But there are some boys on here with us as well, and it's good that your initiatives aren't just for the girls. The focus on, we understand the gender equity and the need to have parity and so on, but there is a need as well to demonstrate in our boys that level of sensitivity to the circumstance in which they would find themselves. So if you have a population that's predominantly female, and then you are the ones ascending to the executive level, there needs to be a level of sensitivity as well. So whatever we do, and I know that AmCham does that, it includes youth, not just the girls, even as you seek to have parity and so on. So
no, absolutely, and we need to change the conversation around masculinity as well, right? So, I mean, we can't be talking every time we discuss gender-based violence and talking to women about how to protect themselves. That's dealing with symptoms. We have to talk to the boys and the men about what it means to be a boy and a man and masculine, and how we deal with our challenges and our problems, and how, if we do receive some level of privilege by virtue of something that we didn't work for, whether it be our gender, our class, our race, or whatever, that we are able to understand that privilege and use it to open doors for those who are not beneficiaries of that privilege. And as men and masculinity, it's okay to be sensitive. It's okay to lose sometimes, including a girlfriend who decides she no longer wants you to be her boyfriend, or who never wanted you to be her boyfriend in the first place. And the way to deal with that, and the very masculine way to deal with that, is not to deal with that in any aggressive and certainly not violent way, but to show that you are, as a person, resilient and will move on. And you can support someone who may not have accepted your romantic advances in the past, and you can still have relationships that transcend that and be positive relationships.
Well said. Well said. So we've come on more or less to the end of our little session, Mr. Tiwari, and it seems as though each session is just as engaging, and Heidi and I will stay here for the afternoon. But I really want to thank you for the holistic nature of the presentation that we've had. Yes, ICT, but yes, there's a human face to it. There's a humanity behind what we do. So I really
and that's the whole point, right? We again, just my final point would be, we think of ICT, or we think of tech or digital, whatever you want to call it, but it's a tool. It is simply, whether we're talking about robotics, whether we're talking about artificial intelligence, whether we are talking about voice over IP and video over IP, like what we're doing now, these are simply tools that we are using to solve some problem and to improve humanity, or at least they should be. And like anything, like the fire could burn down a house, or it could be used for cooking. It can be used for good or bad. And if we think of tech or IT as a ICT as a tool, or as a potential tool to solve problems, and think of the problem we want to solve, and the problem that we want to solve for the outcome that we actually want, we can do a whole lot. And we can reframe those who have fears about robots and automation to understand. Remember, the tractor replaced the plow replaced the man plowing, literally walking and plowing the land. The sewing machine replaced all the stitchers, or to some extent. The steam engine came, and we still had many jobs and many more opportunities. But what we need to do is think about what kind of societies, what kind of communities we want to create, and how we can employ the tools at our disposal, including ICT or tech, to allow us to achieve or to get to that end state. And then, we take away some of the fear, and we start working together using the tools to get to where we want to go. And that's why this collaboration with RSC for us and the schools is so important. So thank you very, very much for having me.
Thank you very much for being here with us and for giving us your time and expertise and your wealth of broad experience as well. So
Yes,
thank you very much.
And thank you for leaving us with those words of the future and how we can embrace technology, and for all of the youth listening to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good session.
Thanks. Same to you as well.
Well, that concludes our hour. Will you be continuing with the next guest, Shara, or will we have other moderators?
We have a whole platform of engaging moderators who would take over after us. So it was nice being here with you, Heidi.
And you as well, Shara.
It's now lunchtime for you in Belize.
It is lunchtime. And
All
I see
right.
Miss Pitt, welcome.
Ms. Pitt on. All right.
To listen to your segment ahead.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Heidi. Hi, Shara.
Ms. Hicks Rayburn, have a good session.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. So good afternoon again, everyone, and welcome. I have with me my co-moderator this evening, Ms. Charlene Hicks Rayburn, who is a trustee member of our association in Trinidad and Tobago. And we have also on the platform, Ms. Arlene Griffith. Ms. Griffith is from Nestle. She's the IT site coordinator for ADC. And I had to ask, of course, what does ADC stand for? ADC Nestle, it stands for the Anglo-Dutch Caribbean, which would include our country, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and the English-speaking Caribbean. Miss Griffith, and as she prefers to be called Arlene, because she says in Nestle it's a first name policy, and I like that. Miss Griffith Arlene is a career person in IT. She has been working with Nestle in IT since 2006. And so she's here to share with us this evening her story as her journey as a woman in IT, as well as some upcoming exciting events that Nestle has for our participants to hear about. So Arlene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Linus. And I want to say a special good afternoon to all our panelists and to all our young viewing audience this afternoon. So as I said, or as Lynette introduced, I've started my career in the IT profession, but it wasn't my career of choice, actually. I actually love art and design and was pursuing that. And it was one of my teachers at A-levels, he recommended that, I pursue higher education because he believed he saw something in me that I can do just more, not dumping on my art and design. I still draw and stuff like that on the side. And I took him up on the challenge, and IT was a field that chose me rather than I choose it. But nevertheless, I embraced it as a new challenge and a new learning. Everything was so new back so many years ago back then, programming, the logic behind it. And I realized that I did have a knack for it and I did enjoy it. And so I completed my degree externally from the University of London. Finding a job back then, of course, had its challenge all its own. Like looking for a job is a job in itself, right? Yes. So I'm so glad that we have platforms like these to help our young people sort of break through the ice and really show up themselves, show the best versions of themselves going forward into interviews. And so, I got little ins and ends here and there at Coca-Cola, at Carthage, and then eventually I found my way into Nestle. And when I started Nestle, I started as a contractor. Yeah, so my first 2 years there was not a permanent employee. And so we had an old saying, if you can get your foot in the door, get your elbow in, get your get your shoulder
And
in,
then bring the rest
and
back.
bring the
Yes,
rest in.
that's it,
Yeah.
yes.
So so if to put that into other words, it's like you ask yourself every day, how can I add more value? How can I give value to this organization? And then they will see me as someone who adds value and somebody who's an asset. So you move from just intentions of wanting to add value to an organization to they see you now as an asset. And you know what they do with assets? They keep them. They keep them. So after those 2 years, I was given a permanent position, and the position that I worked in was more data standards and data management. It wasn't so much hardcore fixing computers and that sort of thing, because my strength really was in programming and that sort of logical lifestyle. And back then, Nestle was on a journey. They were on a journey to transform the way they work globally and to standardize. So can you imagine all these different countries all around the world had their own way of working, and they had to now conform to something that is more structured. And I was part of that whole journey, and it was a lot of work, a lot of late hours, but you have to put your mind to it if you want to succeed as a young person starting your career. And that's where I went. And I have to say that the people working in a multinational company, you get to meet so many different people, cultures. I was afforded to travel a little bit within Latin Caribbean, and speak a little Spanish as well. And that's another important point. When I have any staff onboarding at Nestle, I don't tell them welcome to Nestle. I tell them welcome to the University of Nestle, because you never stop learning. So if you're I know I don't want to put a blanket cover on anybody. You're young, you're young people coming up, but sometimes we tend to dress back and say, yes, exams are done. I don't want to open another book. I'm done with studies. Hello. You're never done with studies. Never stop learning and growing and molding yourself, because IT is not just about sitting with a hood in a dark corner and programming and you're all alone. It is about networking. It's about communicating with others. It's about leadership. And that's why I was asked actually to lead the local team, because I had put more emphasis on leadership. So because I saw that as a gap within myself, and I thought that would be a good place to grow. And guess what? I found my niche. And again, going back to how can I add value to the organization? So by adding value to myself, I was able to add value to others. So I lead a team of guys locally, and I love them. I literally do, because I think, how can I add value to them? How can I help them grow, be better guys, men who they were yesterday? And I so love the theme for this year, because one day somebody, one of my coworkers told me, you're the queen of IT. I say, no, I'm not. I'm nothing without those guys. Because the things that they can do, I cannot do it. They have immense strength. They have the height. I'm not very tall. They have ways and means of doing things that I can't even imagine. Yeah. So I how should I say, I pair myself with them so that we mesh in a way that we help each other's strengths, and that's what makes our department whole and strong. Because even though Nestle is not an IT organization per se, we're not IBM, we're not Apple, we're not those techie companies, but more and more we're into manufacturing. But more and more, in order for the company to continue to sustain itself and to chart all these different things that come against us, the COVID-19, the competition, we have to be agile in our technology. Yeah. So if you don't have that strong team as an IT organization, something is going to crumble. right? So I want you guys to start thinking about not just IT and coding on all the different parts, but how it works together to really transform the organization and help it grow.
Excellent. I love the whole concept there that you shared with the gender groups coming together for the organization to be stronger, because I think that's one of the strengths of this particular edition of GICT. It brought that to the fore and it allowed us to think in that kind of direction. Without the two groups working together, nothing is going to be moving forward as it should. So that's an excellent point that was made. Charlotte, would you like to
Yes,
add anything?
I too would like to just, I listening to you, Arlene, and I'm hearing the passion and the drive that you had, and the fact that, the vision that the company has as well. And for you to be part of that, to realize, I mean, you have been in this company for, is it more than what?
Almost 15 years.
Almost 15 years.
I don't look it right. Just kidding.
Exactly. And I really hope these young individuals are getting the opportunity to listen to this and to see that you never know, what 15 years down the road, where are you going to be? And it's so great to hear. And I know that this company, I mean, I'm thinking, I on my way home, I see you're on the highway. I mean, it's an institution. It is that this has been around, we associate Trinidad with, Nestle. So
Nestle.
It's so great to hear and to have this opportunity. And I know that this company, you said, their drive, and they would have certain corporate responsibility. If it's one company,
That's right. That's
this
right.
is in fact Nestle. I remember when carrying my son to some of those you had these not workshops during the vacation, little camps, for them
Nutrition,
as well.
yes.
And nutrition, so important that our youth need to be part of. So I'm really glad that you have, paired with this RSC Girls in ICT and the young men who also support them. But can you tell us a little about some of the initiatives that the company is in fact doing at this time? I know you did mention that there is something coming up.
Yes. So within our human resource group, we have an awesome initiative called Nestle Needs Youth. And their goal is to help, would you imagine, 10 billion young people around the world to access to economic opportunities by 2030. And by no means ADC has to be a part of that,
billion,
right? 10 million around the world. Around the world, yes. So it's sort of like a on-the-job training program, where we have young people come into our organization and do different roles, and they can put that on their resume, because job experience is so important to our young persons. And I want young persons to understand too, there's one school of thought where you go to school, you learn well, you get good grades, you go to university and you get a job. You buy a car, you get married, you have kids, etc. Right? You don't have to follow that path. You can be an entrepreneur, and that's another branch of it, because we do need farmers. We're food. Food never goes out of style, right? We need persons with innovation to help us continue to innovate and re-innovate, because one of the I remember in one of my interviews, guys, you can steal this if you want. I'm an open book right now. They asked, why do you want to join Nestle? And my response to that was, well, I saw that you guys, you reduce your how much water you take from the land, and so how do you do that? How can a company that is into food reduce their water? And I thought that was fascinating, and it's because I did a little bit of research and saw that if we're not careful with our water resources can dry up. And you can imagine, I mean, no one could ever imagine the situation we have with COVID, but what if water was a scarce commodity, right? And Nestle saw to be sustainable and to be responsible, we need to put things in place now to make sure that we have water and Nestle's around for generations to come as well. And it's not just in our factories and our plants. We push that to our supply chain. So the farmers, all of our vendors who support us in whatever way, they also have to take on that environmental responsibility, because it's through our collective strength that we can really change the future direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Yes, yes, yes.
So coming back to Nestle Needs Youth and the initiatives that there are in, we do have an event taking place next week, Wednesday. That's the 28th of April. And you could tune into it on Instagram, following the handle Nestle Needs Youth Caribbean. That's Nestle Needs Youth Caribbean, all one word. And you can get more information there. We will be hosting a young lady by the name of Jamila Bannister, and she's a personal branding strategy and coach. That's a personal branding strategist and coach. So you can get it on Instagram. It starts at 6 p.m. Jamaica's time and 7 p.m. Trinidad time, and all the Caribbean islands that follow our local time, right? So you can get all your homework in, right? And book that space out and get in some really good knowledge there about digital branding.
Excellent. Yes. Thank you so much, Arlene. You have shared with us a wealth of information. I like the idea about corporate responsibility, sustainability, and the fact that those are very important things that our young people should be thinking about now. And you've brought it to the fore in a very, very simple way, so that they can understand that this is part of your responsibility also. All of us are on the planet together, and we need to ensure that it is sustained for life that we want to live, and the best life that we want to live. So I thank you, Arlene, for being here and for being such a good representative. Thank you. And
you're welcome.
We will continue to grow together and, of course, share with our children what is happening at Nestle, because there are so many exciting opportunities.
You will reach your goal. We know you will achieve your goal of 10.
That's correct. You certainly will.
Yeah.
So thank you once more.
Okay, then. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Charlene? We now move on, I believe, to the Secretary General of Canto.
Correct, Ms. Teresa Wankin,
yes.
Join us.
Yes, who will join us. And Ms. Wankin, as I said, the Secretary General of Canto. Canto, previously standing for the Caribbean Association of National Telecommunications Organizations. The vision of this organization is to be the leading authority in shaping information, communication, and technology in the Caribbean region and the Americas. And so this evening, Ms. Wankin is going to share with us how that vision relates to what we are doing here this evening with our girls in ICT and the boys who support them. Ms. Wankin, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Wankin. Ms. Wankin has joined us, all right?
Yes, she has joined us. You just need to unmute, Ms. Wankin, and yes, excellent.
Yes, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for being part of this initiative.
It's my pleasure.
And we're glad that you can come and share with us share with us the experience.
Yeah,
and you go ahead and tell us a little about
yes.
So it's my pleasure to be here. This is something that's close to my heart. I was just asked to share my story, so I could just say it in a nutshell. And then if there are any questions that you have, I will be more than happy to answer.
Right.
So, well, I am Teresa Wankin, and I'm the Secretary General of Canto. And for all the girls out there listening, that's a really cool job. as I get to deal with a lot of exciting companies, like all the telcos in the region and ICT companies, and also to interact and see, touch, and feel the latest technologies. I also get an opportunity in this job to see how ICT can provide opportunities and create a brighter future for all, no matter where you live, where you work, where you go to school, or whatever your dreams are. One of the lovely things about ICT is that it cuts through every industry. So from agriculture right up to technology, to farming, from you name it, ICT has a role to play in it. Healthcare, finance, anything. So my journey didn't start off with a love for ICT. I was like a little girl growing up in the rural community of Granville Village, Cedros. At the time, I had no idea what a computer or even a cell phone was. I'm the youngest of 6 children, and my parents were cocoa and coffee farmers. So we did not have access to some of the opportunities that children in the urban areas like Port of Spain and San Fernando had access to. Something simple like preschool. At the time, preschool was not a thing in rural communities, so we didn't have preschool education. So I started primary school at the age of 5 with most of the other girls in the village. And I went to Granville RC School and then Vesely Secondary School. And I could share a story with you. When I passed for Vesely, which was a really good school, it still is.
It still is, exactly so.
And South, yes. I'm always proud to be a product of Vesely Secondary School.
Nice, excellent.
My mother was horrified because she was like, how are you going to get to that school from Cedros? In those days, the only mode of transportation was by the school bus. And the day you miss the school bus, you take a holiday from school because you didn't have taxis, you didn't have transportation at the time. But one thing, I always had strong role models. So my mom, she could not read and write. She had no formal education, but boy, was she smart. She was one smart woman who used to joke, she could rule the world if you give her a chance.
Right.
She taught us to work hard early in life. And I guess that stayed with me. So I've always admired the fact that she was breaking barriers in her own way. Oh, yeah. So she would be on par with my dad in whatever he was doing. So from tending to the animals, picking and tending to cocoa and coffee, making gardens, selling the produce, planting rice, she was right there. Nothing was very hard for her to do. So I grew up with a sense of what had to be done, no matter who did it. At that time, we didn't have statistics to tell us that there was this gender disparity.
That's correct.
So you did what you had to do, and then—
That's correct.
Right, and that's where I got, I guess, my passion for what I do now and for my role in kind of eliminating gender disparity and to ensure that women and girls are given opportunities based on merit and competence and performance. So these are things very close to my heart. Excellent. So after secondary school, my parents, we could not afford A-levels. And I know that is like crazy for girls in this time to think about, but it just could not be done. So I took a job at the Commissioner of Affidavits, who also had a shoe shop at the time. And when one area was slow, you worked in the other area. So I guess that's where I learned some of my flexibility from.
Okay.
I got a chance to dabble in things like writing affidavits and stuff. And then I also got a little chance to do shoe sales on the side, right? So I'm sharing this to let you know, girls, that it doesn't matter where you start. It's about your dream, going after that dream with focus and determination. So then it brings us to getting out of my comfort zone. My first leap of faith was getting out of the comfort and the security of village life and following a job opportunity with the Ministry of Education in Port of Spain. And even though it was relatively, very few girls were leaving the village at the time, I was one of the girls to leave and take that bold step. And I started with Ministry of Education, and I started hanging out in the computer room, where at the time, the computer screens were black and white and very heavy, very archaic. So people, yes, people were intimidated by computers. I'm not sure, but I know the girls certainly would not know about those types of computers, but I'm sure the older folks on will know about it. But nevertheless, I always liked a challenge. So I used to be playing around with the computers and stuff like that. And the system analyst at the time, he told me, he said, you know, you have a knack for this. Why don't you go and do computer programming? But growing up, I never liked math. So I was hesitant. I was like, me programming, that's not for me. But then he said, you know, but you like to solve problems, you like a challenge, and programming will give you an opportunity to solve problems. Well, the rest is history, because I started dabbling in programming, realizing, hey, this computer can do what I wanted to do if I program it right. So I moved from applications programming into a BSc in computing studies and graduate studies in information system. And this set the stage for me to get my first really great job working on the Y2K project for Trinidad and Tobago with NISC as an information systems specialist. And I fell in love with the industry all over again. I had really good role model there, Jane Benjamin, Mr. Kura Singh, and it gave me a sense of working with all the different ministries. So I got an idea to see what ICT can do in agriculture, what it can do in finance, what it can do in national security. And the rest is history. I moved from the public service into the private sector to dabble in the private sector a bit to see what it is and to try my hand in the telecoms industry. And I stayed. And I moved up in Canto from time to time. I started as a research officer, actually, and then I became operations manager and then secretary general. And I'm the second woman to hold this position, the first national to hold the position. The first woman was
congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes.
Was a woman from Suriname. So what I want to say is that there will always be challenges, right? Especially to the young girls. Challenges are part of our lives. But overcoming those challenges is a critical part in your journey to success. ICT is a powerful tool and it's needed in any industry you choose, right? You can, in whichever industry, there's so many jobs. Just yesterday, ITU released a report that said there were 22 million jobs in ICT in the future. Wow. 22 million jobs. You take it from graphics design, from animation, from you just name it, and you can find a job in ICT. So you have the potential to excel in this field.
That is just amazing what you're saying there.
Yes.
And let me just, Ms. Wanton, I would like you to understand that right now we have been told we have over 17,475 participants who have registered and who have taken part in today's activity. So your words, I mean, these are powerful words that you are speaking here, and just to remind our students, remind our girls of, you know, the possibilities.
And our boys, and our boys,
and our boys,
and our boys,
your story is going to resonate with particular individuals and the boys who support them.
Yes.
And the boys who support them. I mean, your words are resonating with these students, and you know that. And we are so grateful that you can share that story. You spoke of the importance of flexibility. You spoke about the importance of overcoming challenges, and also, you know, I mean, not shying away from, you know, embracing change and allowing yourself to learn. And so So that to me, and the importance of ICT as it's a powerful tool. And you're telling me 22 million jobs.
Yeah.
So important that our students understand that it's not, you're not going with, you know, the possibilities that exist. So it is a tremendous story that you have shared with us, and it is, I'm listening to all of that, I'm thinking exactly how, you know, when did this all happen? You look so vivacious, and you
That's
look
correct.
so, you know, radiant in
Yeah.
what you do. It can tell you enjoy what you do. And that is what we want our students.
Yes, I do really enjoy what I do. And I want to also say that do not let your love for a certain sector set you back from ICT, because if you like art, there are jobs that you can do in ICT with art. If you're an entrepreneur and you love making things, come to ICT. You love money, you love finance, there is a role for you in ICT. There's a role for you. Show me something that you love, and I will be able to find, maybe not right now on this forum, but I will be able to find an ICT related tool or application that can help you with our job.
That is excellent, excellent. I really enjoyed your presentation, Ms. Wankin, and you see that message that you are leaving with our young people about not allowing their circumstances to dictate who they are. I love it, because we keep as educators saying that to our children, that where you start from, it does not determine your ending. You are the one, you are in charge of it. And also that imagery about that leap of faith, that is so important. Having the courage to just step into the unknown and to be able to realize that when you reach there, okay, I can handle this because all of the resources are inside of me. So thank you for sharing with us this evening, Ms. Wankin.
Yes, I just want to leave one thing with you guys, especially for the young ladies on giving back and showing empathy, right, in your part to success. You will become successful. And I want to, one of the constant that attributed to me, I always think, and my success, having taken education so seriously, I always give back, especially to communities. One of the things I do on the side is give back to the communities through an NGO. And what we focus on is empowering women and young girls and boys as well in rural and underserved communities. So always find time to give back. Always find time to help someone in the room next to you, to help another child, to help someone. And choose your career path. And it's your right as young girls. We're living in 2021. You have a right to be anything that you want to be. And people like RSC and all the people on this panel today, we are here, all the ministries of education are creating this platform. It's for you guys to achieve your dreams, your successes, and your goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wankin, for joining us. So Pat, I am just so grateful that I had this opportunity to share with this evening, and we're moving on.
Yes.
We have with us, joining us on at this time will be Miss Penny Gomez.
I love Penny.
Yes.
I think we all, fondly know now Penny on point, right? Ms. Gomez, the PR Director and CEO of Digicel Foundation. Ms. Gomez, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us for this initiative of RSC's Girls in ICT and the boys who support them. We are so grateful that you are here with us, and I understand you have a presentation.
I do have a presentation, so should I go ahead?
Yes, you may.
Yes, you may. Yes.
All right. I just want to say good afternoon to the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary School. Yeah, secondary schools. That's a very long name, a mouthful. But
CAPS, funnily known as CAPS.
Just called CAPS. Yeah.
CAPS, as CAPS. But so very glad to be here. Some familiar faces that I'm seeing that I know quite well. So good to see you all, and thank you for having me. I really like the fact that you have Girls in ICT, a celebration, and you have the boys who support them, because we know that we can't do this alone, and we know we have to work hand in hand. So I wanted to just share with the participants a little bit about my story, and then I will go into the foundation. So I don't know how many people are on. Do we have an idea of how many participants are in the session?
We have just 17,400 and about
17,000. Great, fantastic, guys. You know, so good to be with you. So I want you to take this moment now and to just close your eyes, because I know there's sometimes so much happening around us and all our senses are activated. Take the time, everyone, close your eyes and just think for a moment, if you could be anything that you want to be in this world, where there are no limitations, what would you want to be? Who would you want to be? Just think about that for a moment. Think about it, focus on it, and then you can open your eyes. Okay, so many years ago, you know, not that many, but you know, a few years ago, that's me pretending that I'm still very young. I really had a very deep thought at a very young age. I wanted to either be a lawyer, get into law, or get into something where I would communicate. And I landed in a field that led me to actually doing almost, you know, some of both. So lawyers activate, they agitate, they defend. And in the world of media, you sort of do some of the same thing. So I ended up in mass communications. It was very purposeful on my part. And I'm talking about at the age of 7, I knew that that was where I was going. So between then and now, what has happened? Because we know that we're facing a pandemic. We're in the midst of it, in the throes of it. We know that the economic situation globally, that you know, that is also been taking a beating, given the you know, the fallout because of the pandemic. And we've all found ourselves in situations where we're wondering what the future holds. But the one thing that we do know that the future does hold is that it will involve ICT. Because what did we do when we were all locked away, and even now, what did we do? We turned to this, you know, and I have all my devices here with me. We turned to our phones, we turned to our tablets. So I have every believable device in my home. I have a tablet, I have my phone, I have my laptop. I have devices to plug into devices, I plug into other devices. Every possible thing. I have boosters. So I have all those things, because we found that even though the world was segmented and everybody was in their little pockets, we were still able to communicate through these devices, and we could still be in that global village that we found ourselves in. And that was so important. Now, what did this mean for me? Because here I am, a communicator, and I really like in-person communicating. I love that. Talking is one of my strong points from what I understand, public speaking and so on. And I thought to myself, while I was home, pandemic is happening, but my life has to change. You know, here I am, you know, a communicator. I can't go out as much because I'm here, you know, on my own in a home. I can't see, but what am I going to do? I'm a little bit depressed because of what's happening with the pandemic. So I said, you know what, if I am feeling this way, then other people are probably feeling the same way. And I said, what can I do as a communicator to change that? Because you change the world one person at a time. You make a difference. Every single person makes a difference. And what I did was, I came up with the idea to do a television show. So this television show, I quickly got the buy-in of some other friends and went to the television station, and I pitched it, and they absolutely loved it. Now, for those of you, based on how I started off, if you're thinking like how I'm thinking, remember what I said, the world has changed. We're all in this little box, in our own little areas. We're communicating through devices. And devices that operates, for them to operate, they have to operate through some sort of means. And that means is supported by ICT. So with me deciding to do a show, it was that, you know, yes, through the television, but how many people are going to be looking at the television only? Am I only going to reach those people? No. Because when you think about it and how you digest entertainment now, you have your headphones plugged in, or you have your wireless, whatever, or you're in front of your laptop. Like me, you're probably binge watching all your favorite shows, because rather than waiting for it to come out week after week, you wait until the series is done, and then I just, you know, take a weekend and I just watch everything. So I decided, you know what? I want everybody to see my show, because my show is a happy show. And I can't only depend on the people who are going to be seeing the show on television. So hence I decided to really immerse myself even more into the technology that would allow me to reach people. And that is where Penny on Point was done. Let me just share my screen with you. Are you going to make me a host? Okay. Let me just go share screen. Are you seeing that?
Not yet.
Not yet? Mm-hmm. Okay, what am I doing wrong, Amber? This is when I need you.
I was not going to say we need some technical support here.
Yes.
Yeah, and you are co-hosting.
Okay, so let me go to share screen. Yeah. And I'm going to go to this here. And are you seeing now? Yes, you are.
Yes, yes, we are. It's coming up.
Right, so there you see.
Yes.
And this is, let me go to my second slide. I was hoping to get, let me go to slideshow, right, so you see it better. Right, excellent. So Penny on Point was born out of what I just told you. And the premise of the show was fed up of boring TV, heavy TV content, because we were all looking at news. We were looking at news everywhere. I was listening to news. I never knew I could consume so much news in my life. And here I was thinking, this is making me really upset. I was fearful. I was going to catch coronavirus. You know, I was worried about my family. My son lives in Canada. So I just felt, you know what? We have people who people want to know about. So think about every celebrity and every person that you probably, you know, wish that you had an insight to, apart from seeing them on the stage. So I said, you know what? I'm going to get these people to come and talk with us on television, and I'm going to let them tell us about their lives and things that people don't know about them because they keep seeing them perhaps in a particular light. But more importantly, when this was developed, we developed it so that the people online who will not look at television will see it. So the premise is we put something up online before you go and you guess the guest. We give you clues online, Instagram, Facebook, you guess who that guest is. And if you you have to watch the show then. So we give you all these clues, but then you have to tune into the show on television to actually see if you've won, if you've guessed correctly and you win a prize. And then we also wanted to so integrate, because we understood what was happening in that space, all driven, of course, by ICT. And I'm showing you the underpinnings of how it's become a part of our lives. That we felt that even in the show, we wanted people online to have an input. So online, we say to them, tell us what's popping. So there's an actual segment on the show where we do what's popping. Everything is built on P's. So we say what's popping, and from that what popping is because we are going around seeing what is trending. So we go on TikTok, we look at Instagram, we look at Snapchat, and we see what's trending. And we look to see the popular ones, and we do the analytics behind it, because analytics is what ICT has allowed us now to actually have access to. And we see the analytics, and we're able then to decide this is the particular trend that is popping, and that's what you see on the show. And that has been so useful for us. That has now propelled us to be the most popular show on local TV. So thank God, and this is only after season 1. So we are just taking off. But I'm showing you that with the analytics and what ICT has done, that this has just, it's all pervasive in our lives. So when you think about what you want to be, just now when you close your eyes and you've opened them and you say, this is what I want to do. Whatever you are going to do, you have to think, if you want to reach a wider circle of people, how are you going to incorporate some element of ICT? It may be that you're in the background where you are in fact one of the programmers or one of the people who are doing the technical work, or you may just want to realize and need to realize the importance of having a robust ICT sector and industry is to what you want to do. Because if this ICT sector had not been built out, the Facebooks that we love, the TikTok, the Instagram, the Snapchat, the IG would not have existed. So you see how important it is because we live it daily. I am living it daily as I do my work on POP. I'm living it daily as I do my other work as well. So I was just trying to show you that. And as a result of that, you see, you know, from the show there, we've interviewed everybody from Rodell, the comedians, Daniel Loveless, Ravi B, Superintendent Alexander, Attorney General, so many people, Farmer Nappy, Second Star, for those of you across the region who are familiar with these people. But it's really, of course, again, using the platforms. So it wasn't just television anymore. It was us going across to YouTube, making sure that we have the show on YouTube, making sure that we engage on Instagram, making sure that we engage on Facebook, and making sure that we get that community together. But again, able to do that only because of what ICT has been able to do. So I hope that I've really excited you about that part of it. Regardless of what you want to do, as you envision yourself in terms of who you want to become when it comes to your career path.
I think that is, I mean, you have given these students so much to think about. And I liked how you started by telling them, I mean, all this is about having an idea and fleshing out this idea and developing the idea. I mean, I do recall because you're looking at both sides, in front of the screen and behind the screen, you know, so every time, and usually when I see students even playing a video game, I would tell them, don't just, not only the game, but do you think about what goes into the making of this game? I said, do you know you can be part of that? Do you know that even all the graphics in those movies that you love to go and see, think of how much work goes into that and what, you know, just to get something to move, to look so, you know, lifelike, and to see the connection, to make them see the possibility, you know. And this is what we want our students to get to that point. And it's so good to hear that you had the idea and you were able, because you are obviously, it's a whole melting pot of things you're talking about. The communication, the mass, you know, ability to speak and to convince and to persuade as well. So as you use that,
you pitch the idea.
Exactly, and pitching the idea. But you're looking at some of the analytics as well. You're looking at some of the you know,
that's right. That's right.
The
utility of it
as well, and using that platform positively, right? And that is the importance, because that tool, that phone, it is such a powerful device, and one which it's so much potential for our students, you know. And I know you've given them a lot to think about. And you know, so when
should I go on or not really? I have one.
Yes, please. I just got a little quarter, but you go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to continue now because that was Penny as in penny on point. But now I want to talk to you a bit about because very much like CAPS and RSC, we too are very concerned that our girls, with the support of our boys, that we want to make sure that they in fact are also prepped for a future where they can compete for that space when it comes to jobs in the ICT market, and to recognize that it is a path that you really need to consider very carefully. So I work now in I'm putting on my other hat now. I've done the Penny on Point television show. This is now me as the CEO of the Digicel Foundation. And, you know, the foundation, at the end of the day, we have been very, very focused. We're focused on doing interventions when it comes to persons with special needs and in community development. But what underpins that really for us is to ensure, because our parent company is a digital lifestyle partner. So we want to make sure that if we go into a community or whatever we're doing, that the connectivity is there, and that because we know that, of course, that whole world of connectivity and whatnot, and what it does for a country at large, the increase in GDP and so on. So it has been important to us that our girls really do understand that they too, they can be connected, and that they understand that a career in this field of ICT is something that is so open and available to them. So we do something called Girls Power Tech that I believe some of you have also been a part of. And we do it in collaboration with a number of other organizations. But what we do is we get these over a 2-day period, we get teams together and we ask them to look at a social challenge, and we give them a hackathon. We ask them to solve it using an ICT solution. So that is upcoming. So we launched it today, and I'm so happy to have this opportunity, because after this, CAPS is doing so much work, and it's important that we collaborate. So thank you for this opportunity. So when this is done, and so much that you're going to get from this, think then about entering, being one of the teams for our Girls Power Tech that's going to happen in July. We're looking for 10 teams of 5. We're looking for the first 150 applicants who will all get tech tokens, but then we will pare it down to 10 teams of 5. And there are fabulous prizes to be won and stipends and so on. So let me go now to, so this is these are just some of the faces when we had in person. The girls really totally love this idea. They got to meet other students and to be very engaging, but we all know that we're going to be engaging now in a virtual space. So this is Girls Power Tech 2020, where we went all virtual, and there they are with their prizes. And these prizes are out of this world, by the way, out of this world. I have a highlight video to play here for you. Let me do it very quickly. I'm hoping it's very short. Okay, so you see that the kind of fun that these people have, and even if it's very intense 2 days, they leave with beautiful prizes. And the thing about it is the winning solution, we actually develop it. So the people from last year, they are developing an app that looks at violence against women, an animation, a story. So you will see that this year. So that is a beautiful thing about it, because it's about continuity. So I really want people not just to leave here, but to think about how, in fact, even in your daily lives, you can look at how can I incorporate even my little space, do something using animation to deal with a social challenge. We also have another program called Digital Citizenship, where we go into schools and we set up tech labs. It's something that we're very proud about because we've done 11 secondary schools to date. And this has really borne a lot of fruit because the students are trained, but the teachers are also trained, and they get the Cisco IT certification. And of course, connecting youth has been very important to us as well, to make sure that our girls or schools or students are really connected with devices. We know what happened during COVID. So we really did make a very huge investment of 1.8 million in schools. So all the special needs schools now have devices. So I'm hoping that they were also invited here today. I know Raj probably would have done that from RSC, but the 34 special needs schools and 32 mainstream schools, we wanted to make sure that they, in fact, every student has a device so that they can connect and they have access to tools where they can create and where they can just, if it comes to shopping, ordering their groceries online, ordering their dresses and their outfits to go, well, to stay home now, to stay home and just have fun with their families. That was really important to us. So those are just some of the things. And then finally, I want to tell you about something, and this is to show you the practicality of ICT. Some of you are probably going to be learning about augmented reality. We have a program that we do in special needs schools called Preparing You, and it's a disaster preparedness management program for persons with special needs because they learn differently. And we wanted to make sure that we had something tailor-made for them in case of a disaster. And we see it's happening so often now. It's a flood, it's a fire, it's an earthquake, it's a volcano. You never know. And they need to be able to respond the same way that even persons without disabilities are going to respond. So we prepared an augmented reality sticker with a mascot. And this particular thing here, and I wanted us to take the time, the 17,000 something of you, if you do have data, if you take the time now for me and you go and you download the Startle Augmented Reality app, and you will see that this will come up, and when you hover over it, and this is augmented reality, putting that into good use for disaster preparedness, you hover over it. If you hover, for instance, over the torchlight, something comes up there telling you why it's important to have a torchlight in your kit, in your disaster kit. It tells you something if you hover over and there's a disaster kit. So it tells you as you hover over certain things, various messages will come up. So take the time and spend some time, and it's a cool thing as well too. There's also a game that we developed out of this. So I'm trying to show you that this is something, this was a need in society. And now to make sure that that need was met, we wanted to do it in a way that was engaging, because the persons who we are dealing with, they learn differently. So for that need now, we want to meet that need. So we needed creators, people who are in this particular field, to create a game. So we engaged a company called Coded Arts to do that for us. So they created a game called Masters of Prep, you can call it. You can go and download it in the Play Store. Then we went a bit further. We said, okay, fine. So now people can go and download the games, but the average person walking into our stores, we wanted them to also be aware of disaster preparedness. So then we got the augmented reality stickers and we gave those out. And it's something so cool. You get the scanner, you put it over your phone, and then it just tells you what to do if an earthquake comes up. So it's a really cool thing. So I'm showing you that this particular thing, I just thought it was so cool. And at the same time, I'm learning in the process. So these are ways that really we can, in fact, just make a difference, meet a need that is a social need that deals with something, an environmental problem that we were trying to address. And you're doing so, and you're getting paid for creating a cool game. You're getting paid for creating a cool app where you're looking at this augmented reality, but you're serving a purpose because you're educating people in the process.
Yes, yes, so, excellent. Thank you so much. Yes. And that is you. As a person whose name is Patricia Pitt, I too go with the poppin' peas.
Yes.
So thank you very much. And I want us to take away from today that idea of a need and meeting that need. An idea, starting as an idea, yes, but being fleshed out and becoming an excellent product at the end of the day. And that whole idea of inclusivity. We always talk about inclusion in education, and yet these are the practical things that are being done to include everyone into this system, and then that building of community. I love what is happening there. So thank you so much for sharing with us, Ms. Gomez.
Thank you very much. Good to see you
Yes,
again.
yes, you're most welcome. Yes.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you so much.
Yes. Charlene, our next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker, we have Miss Sharon, Miss
Dr. Vermala Kamaluddin.
Okay, I'm seeing Miss Munan Sipol.
Dr. Vermala is going to come on to introduce us to Miss Sipol, and then she's going to also chat with Miss Sipol. So she's conducting the interview. Yes.
Dr. Nirmala Kamaluddin, lecturer at School of Education, UWI, St. Augustine, ITTPN Global. Dr. Vermala will introduce Miss Mona Sipol.
Yes.
Mona Sipol, good afternoon.
Good
Thank you so
afternoon,
much
ladies.
for joining us and
you.
being here. Over to you.
Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having us here in this amazing Caribbean girls in ICT and the boys that support them. So thanks so much to the RSC, and thanks so much to the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. So it's not so much I'm introducing Sharon. Sharon Munan Paul is well known to everyone as a curriculum coordinator in ICT at the Ministry of Education of Trinidad and Tobago. But Sharon and I, our lives, our professional lives, even our past lives as students, go way, way back to Grant Memorial High School, and our paths and our career paths have also crossed multiple times, so that we are happy to be here together to share a few thoughts with you and our experiences with you all. So Sharon, you are involved in this Girls for ICT event for a number of years. Tell us about your involvement.
Thank you, Vermala, for that introduction. As you're aware, I am the curriculum coordinator in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and Tobago. RSC is one of the major sponsors in this event. Their director, Mr. Raj Ramdas, has worked along with the Ministry of Education in many initiatives. And this is just one such that the ministry supports as it builds awareness and skills in our girls in the area of ICT. And this is more specifically at the secondary schools. And I am normally or usually the ministry's representative in these types of ICT initiatives for obvious reasons. This year, though, I see that they have changed the event somewhat to girls in ICT and boys who support them, which gives the boys an opportunity as well to be exposed to all these sessions, which I think is a very good thing. Vermala, I see that you are here with your team, ITTPN Global. As founding president of ITTPN Global, what are your team's plans for this event, and what do you hope to achieve? I know many of your presenters are our own IT teachers from secondary schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's an exciting time for them. The sessions so far today have also been very well attended.
Well, Sharon, the excitement is so much, it's bubbling over. We had sessions since 11 a.m. this morning with assistive technologies. Then we went straight into a session called Computing for Girls. And then we followed that with a session, which is computational thinking for boys. So we did not leave the boys out at all. We hit straight on in that while we tailored the session for girls, and we also tailored for boys because we understand that girls and boys learn differently. However, It's not about better. It's simply that we as educators have to understand who we teach and how they learn. And our job is to reach them and maximize their potential. So those events were just overwhelmingly subscribed.
Excellent.
Yeah, and from the feedback that we got from the presenters, that it was just snappy and exciting and engaging and so on. We got some wonderful feedback so far. So we know that the teachers that we have are actually classroom teachers who are facilitators of these workshops, and they are all at the core of ICTPN Global, which is a professional network of the same ICT teachers who believe in helping boys and girls. So it's a very exciting time for us here. And Sharon, as curriculum coordinator, tell me what your role in the curriculum planning and development division is in placing computer science information technology teachers in secondary schools. Tell us what qualifications individuals need to have to teach at the secondary level. And I know you're going to specify this for Trinidad and Tobago, but I think sometimes we don't know enough about this kind of information. So Sharon, tell us.
Well, Vimala, as you say, I can only talk for Trinidad and Tobago. The assessment criteria to teach any subject at the secondary level in Trinidad and Tobago can be found on the Ministry of Education, Trinidad and Tobago's website at moe.gov.tt. And I must emphasize again that this pertains only to Trinidad and Tobago. I'm aware that there may be persons in this room from other Caribbean countries. So I need to say that it is specific to Trinidad and Tobago. Assessing teachers to teach IT or computer science at the secondary level before they are placed in the schools, I believe is one of the main reasons for a high success rate in both CSEC and CAPE in this subject area. Last year, I believe it was around 90% at CSEC and over 90% at CAPE IT and CAPE computer science in both units 1 and 2. Coming back to the qualifications necessary to be placed to teach IT or computer science at the secondary level. First of all, an undergraduate degree is necessary to obtain an assessment of Teacher 2 or Teacher 3. What we have found is that many persons start off doing an IT or computer science related degree with no intention of going into teaching. And then when everything else fails and they cannot get a job or they cannot obtain a job elsewhere, they then decide to pursue teaching as an option. To obtain an assessment to teach at the secondary level, it is imperative that a person completes certain courses. This information, again, can be found, as I stated, on the Ministries of Education website at moe.gov.tt. Under Media Center, in publications, there is a document entitled Full Assessment Criteria Booklet, Qualifications for Teaching at the Secondary Level in Trinidad and Tobago 2019. This booklet can be viewed online or downloaded and gives all the relevant details for teaching any subject at the secondary level in Trinidad and Tobago. Courses that must be completed include, for IT and computer science, include Introduction to Programming or an Introductory Programming course, Advanced Programming, Information Systems, Database Management Systems, Data Structures, just to name a few. The document specifies what is needed for an assessment of Teacher 2 and Teacher 3, which are two types of assessments that teachers can get to teach subjects in Trinidad and Tobago. For those who may not know, a Teacher 2 assessment indicates that you are qualified to teach the subject up to Form 5, and a Teacher 3 assessment up to the Form 6 level. Obviously, there is a difference in salary as well. If anyone is planning to pursue a degree in computer science or IT and considering teachers as a possible career path, then he or she should definitely check the Ministry of Education website, and I'm saying it again, at moe.gov.tt, and plan the courses that they take accordingly. It is very important for any individual to complete those courses in order to get the maximum assessment or the best assessment that they possibly can get. But you know, Vimala, having a degree and obtaining an assessment to teach, in my opinion, and I'm sure it's yours, is not adequate. As a teacher educator in ICT at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, can you share what are some of the programs offered to teachers, both at the pre and in service?
Thank you, Sharon, for that. So the students who come into the programs at the School of Education and ICT would have had their first degree. So we offer an in-service postgraduate diploma in education in IT/computer science. And and this program was, you know, what is funny and interesting, Sharon, was how we are both involved with this program. While I may be the lecturer here, well, since 2012, it's a what you call the inaugural program, because teachers who were teaching IT in schools didn't have such a program to do. But way back in around 2011, 2012, I think Sharon and I were discussing this dearth of this problem for IT teachers, right? They didn't have a program at the University of the West Indies, a DPED program. And Sharon went ahead to meet with the then director of the School of Education, Dr. Susan Herbert, and bring this idea that we need to have this specific area as well, because there are so many teachers. I think right now, Sharon, more than 200 teachers, IT teachers in schools, because ICT is taught at 1 to 3. Then you offer IT at CSEC level or CBQ, depending, 4 and 5. And then there's CAPE with a number of offerings. So at the secondary level in Trinidad and Tobago, it's a full offering from Form 1. So our number of teachers started to grow from just a smaller number to more than 200. So we need to have the focus on pedagogy. Something that I want to touch on, something that I just said earlier. Teaching is not about content. Teaching is about reaching that human spirit, reaching that child in the classroom who is yearning to learn, but help you as a teacher figuring out how to reach that student. And this is what we focus on in this diploma in education in ICT. We focus on pedagogy. We focus on assessment. We focus on integrating and leveraging technology for enhanced learning outcomes. And so we are about making educators just better at what they do and supporting them completely in the classroom. It's a year-long program, and I'm happy to say that the facilitators for all the workshops at ITTP and Global today are all graduates with distinction from this postgraduate DPED in IT.
Excellent.
So, Sharon, we don't talk enough about, I think in a lot of these forums, about education as a career with ICT. Somehow those two have not been paired together. So I think what we are representing, Sharon and I here, is two people who have remained in education and focusing on education, but bringing out that focus on ICT in multiple ways. So what advice would you give a young girl who wants to make ICT her career, Sharon?
I would say, Pamela, definitely, most definitely to go for it. I believe that God has a plan for each person's life and has given each one of us gifts and talents. As a young woman, have your dreams and set goals and pursue them. First, beginning a career in the 1980s, and both of us were early graduates when the University of West Indies introduced their degree in computer science. As you know, early, having to start our career so early in the 1980s and wanting to balance between work and family and our passion for IT. Well, computer science at that time, teaching was probably our best part. Both of us, we started off in the industry, but ended up choosing to go into teaching because we wanted to balance work and family. But now there are so many options available, limitless options, and the possibility of even working remotely in ICT. So I think, we young women have so many more options than we would have had in the 1980s. We chose to stay in education because we wanted to make an impact in that area. And when I look back on our lives, both of us, we taught at the secondary level. You teaching girls, I teaching boys. We collaborating in the very early days, and then moving on to as curriculum officers. I stayed on as curriculum coordinator. You had that sense of continuity when we rallied for that program at UE. you went on as a lecturer for the DPED program. I think that was our choice to stay in education because we wanted to make an impact there. But what about you, Vimala? What would you say are some of the prospects for careers for some of the girls, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but in the Caribbean?
I would say the world is open. The Caribbean is open, and there's nothing barring any girl from any aspect of career in ICT. We are exemplars since that time when you wouldn't think or have associated ICT or computer science with women. We now stand in the field as people who are influencing so many young people, so many teachers, and so on. Maybe we didn't see it then, but as you say, God had a part for us. And our agility and flexibility and our desire to be lifelong learners positioned us well to be where we are today. So again, girls and boys have beautiful mentors and role models in the teachers. I can name multiple persons, except I wouldn't call out any single person here. And Miss Pitt, you know one of them so well. Not just excellent in their content, but excellent in the way they reach and care for our young people. And when our young people see teachers who are that well honed in their craft and show empathy and show kindness and show concern for their holistic development, how can they not be the best people that they are? Yes. So this is a big up to our teachers out there, and to encourage, and that teaching as a career with ICT can be beautifully paired and second to none. So
yes. I think that's an excellent note on which to end this segment. And we really appreciate the support from the Ministry of Education. I have known Ms. Munansi Paul for the longest while.
Yes, we have.
Yes, exactly. And always passionate about this area and ensuring that we continue working to improve it and to improve it. Every time she comes with another innovation and another innovation and another innovation. And I see that, Dr. Kamaluddin, you're of the same ilk. So congratulations to both of you. Continue the work that you are doing. And we will continue to do what we are doing on our side as the principalship to ensure that the ICT programs from the various levels, they continue to excel at our schools. So Charlene, would you like to wrap?
Yes, thank you so much. And it's so important that we continue to improve and to communicate to the students what is necessary and what is needed for them if it is they do choose, as you said, to be part of, to choose education, to be part of that and not branch off into some of the other areas. And the importance of reaching that in a spirit, as you said, it's not only about, the content, but being able to reach and for them to have that passion. And it's so great to see two individuals who really, emanate that joy from what they are doing and from being able to reach our students. So thank you for being with us and for the continued support and the work that you are doing in education. Okay?
Thank you.
So we will now, I believe.
Yes, our president is back on. Yes, welcome back.
I believe, yes.
Yes.
Miss Carrington James will be joining.
James will take over.
And Patricia, you are going to go back.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Have a good session. Have a good session.
Miss Pitts.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome back, Miss James. How are you?
Sherry, you have to unmute. Sherry, you have to unmute.
Unmute your mic, please. Still have to unmute.
It keeps remuting itself. I don't know why it keeps doing that. All right, so I'm there now?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Right. Jennifer Gitoma is here with us, Charlene. So I'm just gonna give you, I just was so excited to read this because I wanted to tell the story that Jennifer grew up in a household of a very successful family business. She says her dinner table talk was like an MBA available no place else in the world. And just so that you know, it was the beginning that she always knew that she would end up in business. After graduating from one of the best business schools, Jennifer successfully climbed the corporate ladder, working from 10 hours to 15 hours a day, and eventually assuming responsibilities at the senior level in a Fortune 500 company, companies. But the long hours, corporate politics, and too many missed life events caused Jennifer to break physically and mentally, but it was just the break she needed. She wanted to build her own business. Her mission now is to help entrepreneurs create time and financial freedom. When you miss Jen doing the corporate thing and the business entrepreneurship, she could be found on the beach. You see why I wanted to read that, Charlene? So let me introduce.
I can, well, we cannot be on the beach at this time, but we would like to be on the beach as well.
Jen is going to share with us, Charlene.
Yes.
So Jen, you have Jen Gittoma. Welcome.
Yes.
You have a story of entrepreneurship in terms of the kinds of corporate involvement that you've had that has brought you to the place of forming your own business. Tell us a little bit about that journey that you've had as a woman, as a girl.
So I have always been interested and had a love for sales. And when I started teaching sales and selling at my former company, one day I just realized I could do this and on my own. And instead of impact just the 20 or 30 or 40 people on the sales team, I could use the power of technology to impact people all over the world. And that's when I just decided, I mean, it had just, the corporate stuff just broke me, and it was great. Like I look at it as a blessing and as an opportunity to figure out what I was meant to do. And so I wrote a book. I have a podcast. My husband and I have a podcast that has almost 3 million downloads. I have a second podcast that I've recently started. I am able to impact people through social media and just using the power of technology. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting here in Charleston or you're sitting there in Tobago, it's like we're almost next to each other through the screen, So it's just been so cool to be able to use that to impact people.
How do you see that encouraging girls specifically? Is this just open, or is there any aspect of what you do that says to girls, you can do this? There is a power of reach in believing that you as a female can. Is that what your life story example has set for us?
Yeah, I'm really lucky in the fact that my parents always raised me to believe that my voice mattered and that it was important to share. And as educators who are partially raising kids, you guys have so much of an impact on these young girls, and they need to know that you believe in them. And they need to know that they need to believe in themselves. And I don't know, do you know the study that was done? It was a study with 2 educators. And in classroom A, the educator was told that she had the really smart kids. And in classroom B, he was told, you know this study?
Yes.
And he was told that his students were behind grade level. And their beliefs, the teacher and the students all entered the same.
Yeah.
But at the end, the students in A were far ahead of the students in classroom B, and it was because of the teacher's beliefs. That's it. That's the only thing that was different.
Yeah.
And so I can think back to specific teachers and educators that I had in my life who had that belief in me when I didn't necessarily have it in myself. And as long as you believe in my opinion, as long as you believe that they can do it and you act and give them everything in your power to know that they can do it, then they'll go for it. Maybe even add in some things in the classroom where they can test and have a podcast class. Like have something where they can go and try. There's no pressure when you're a kid. It's fun. And maybe some will see that they love using the technology to share with others. But, you know, in a male dominated society, oftentimes it's hard to remember that as females, we have a strong voice. We just need to use it.
Yes, yes. And that is so important. As you say, the belief in oneself, and it's very difficult sometimes. And, you know, as you said, you're right there. You're in Charleston, I'm in Trinidad, and it's amazing.
Shara is by the beach. Don't forget that.
Shara is by the beach.
Right.
And at this time with the pandemic, you know, it is so important to have that belief in self. But sometimes, unfortunately, it's a lot of mental pressure to some extent, and there's some, you know, in terms of the fatigue and so on. But what do you say to really encourage those who may not feel that inclined and see, you know, not thinking along that line? How can they alleviate? What do you do sometimes maybe when you don't feel, you know, and every day you're on your A game? What can you give? What advice you can give for some of our students?
When you show up as yourself, you never know who you're going to impact. I did a test last year. I went on Facebook Live every day for 30 days. I was scared to do it. I don't know why I was scared. It's easy to talk to you guys when I see real people, right? But when I have no idea who's watching, what the comments are going to be, it can be scary and intimidating. And I said, okay, I need to get out of that comfort zone. I need to just do it. And so I challenged myself to 30 days. And I can promise you, there were days in there I did not feel like talking to anybody. Days I had a headache or didn't feel well or was really busy or I almost forgot. But I did it every day anyway. And what ended up happening was some girl a couple days in started following me that I didn't know. And she was in Canada. And every day she started chiming in on my Facebook Lives. And then about 10 days in, she said, Jen, you don't know this, but I've been in the hospital since you started your lives and I've been watching you every day. And I look forward to your video every single day. I had no idea. And to think that if you could just impact one person, it's almost selfish to not do it, you know? And so I think especially when we're young, it's almost easier because it doesn't matter. There's less risk. It doesn't matter if you mess up. So what, you know? Like I make a fool of myself all the time and I just celebrate it and I have fun with it because that's the attitude I bring to it. Like, yes, I messed up again. You know, it's okay. But it's just a matter of giving yourself that grace and really going for it. Because what if you could impact one person who's, you know, hundreds of thousands of miles away?
That is so true.
And I think it requires of us as educators, as you're saying there, a little bit of investment in how we socialize the students that come to us as well. So if we believe that they can, then they will, because they want to know that we believe in them. And sometimes even our parents, if we bring them into the network, where our parents, you know, you get the boy and you give him the truck and the Lego and the thing to mash up and break up, and you give the girl the doll. You know, and then the advertisements, they show the guy in the engine with all the muscle and so on, and, you know, he's fixing the car, and the girl poses in the swimsuit next to the car. And we perpetuate those stereotypes and said, girls, you don't tinker in an engine. I mean, what you're doing in there, you stand and look pretty, go play with your doll. But if we culture their minds to believe that, yes, you too can build a bridge out of Lego blocks, and you too can go in the engine and take it apart, take the radiator and fix the thing the same way. then some of our socialization practices in our environment probably has to change as well. So not just to believe them, yes, but demonstrate to them, yes, give him the toy and give him the doll and give you the car.
As you are talking, I am hearing Sesame Street in the background. Women can be, and
Charlene, what is your age? Be careful with the Sesame Street thing. I don't know what Sesame Street.
I will. Well, at least we can live in a time where they can all Google it. And I'm sure, Jen, you hearing it.
I grew up on Sesame. I was raised on Sesame.
Oh my Lord, what you
right? So we're not bothered with age at this time, but that is what, in terms of what you're saying, it's limitless as to what it is,
Yeah,
so,
and there's so many classes online that are free or not expensive, but a lot that are free that you have access to no matter where you are in the world, that you could learn those things. So, for example, my 12-year-old stepdaughter showed a little bit of an interest in science and coding kind of stuff. And so I went on and found her a coding class. It costs no money, but if that's what she's interested in, cool. Let her go explore it. Let her go learn it. It's not just boys who can be coders. If she wants to code things, so now she shows me, look, Jen, I made a game and I made you can move, and she shows me how it moves, and it's so cool because they get to create and be creative. And I think that if yes, the stereotypes are out there, but don't let that stop you, and it's kind of fun to beat the stereotype. Like, hey, you think I'm supposed to be playing with my dolls right now, but actually I'm making a podcast that has, tens of thousands of downloads. What are you doing? Like, just have fun with it.
Correct.
How have you engaged some of these young people in the business part of it, though? Is there a business entrepreneurial step one that you could recommend to some of our young people if they want to get into that part of the IT field? What can a teenager in school do that might be a first step?
Yeah, I would search online. I would search online for something that you're interested in. I would find mentors that they might not even know that you're their mentor, but start following them, start seeing what they're doing, and start taking chances. I bet as a young person, if they reach out and say like, hey, I'm really interested, there's gonna be someone who says, well, let me show you the way. And maybe you have to reach out to 100 people to get one person who says, yes, I want to help you. Let's have a Zoom chat. Let's connect. Let's go on Facebook, whatever. But, but just try it. Just start following people that you aspire to be like and see what they're doing and let how they're doing it soak in. And, just start. Like, if you want to be an entrepreneur, play entrepreneur games, go find entrepreneur activities. Maybe there's something right in your backyard. Maybe, sell water on the side of the street because it's hot there, isn't it? And people need water. I mean, and that now you're making money, sell something that people need.
That is true. So many ideas. So what are some of the, some of your goals, or what if, in terms of the near future, what do you have planned? What are some of the things that you are embarking on?
So at the moment, I'm working on a new online course. And like I said, that's the power of technology. I used to work with a sales team, and I used to be able to help 30 people at a time. And now I can help thousands of people because I'm building these online courses. I'm putting information that I know into a course and then selling that course. And even as a young person, if you have information that adults need, you know how to use Instagram, cool, go make an Instagram course. Okay, then start selling an Instagram course. Like, there's so much that you can do. My friend who lives in Florida has a 15-year-old son who's really good at graphic design, and a daughter who's really good at actually coding. And so they each made online courses and they're both selling them. And because you know what, it's fun to learn from someone who has a different point of view on it. So just if there's something that you specialize in that you're really passionate about, maybe figure out how you can teach it to others using that power of technology.
All right, Charlie, now jumping in here for one little bit. Your mic is muted and that may be a good thing. I got to ask the question. The theme of today is girls in ICT and boys who support them. You're in a unique situation because you mentioned here about a husband. What one element of support, and I know he's on the side there, kind of don't let him listen.
No, he left. I don't even know he went. He left.
What element of support has he brought to you on this journey? Fortune 500, entrepreneur, book writer, bestseller.
Yeah.
What role does a male play in supporting you as a businesswoman in tech?
I am so fortunate because my husband is my biggest cheerleader and my biggest supporter, emotionally, mentally, all of the things. You know, if I'm having a rough day, he's supporting me emotionally. If I want to bounce ideas off of him, he's willing to listen and give feedback. And I think a lot of, you know, they say every successful man has like that's
what they say.
Right, women behind, but like, I feel like actually we're a team. And so I get to support him and he gets to support me. Wow. And it's mutual. And so, you know, we can break that stereotype that we're so used to of like the woman is behind the man, because men need to be like behind their women as well. We can feel that when we have it. I've been in entrepreneur groups and technology groups where women are, they're wondering how to move forward without the lack of support from their husband or the lack of the vote of confidence. And my husband is always telling me that I can do it and how great it's going to be. And he's just giving me that belief and that confidence. And so men out there, if you're listening, it's like, you have no idea how much of an impact that plays on the woman that you're supporting.
Wonderful. Jen, this has been so engaging. I don't know, Charlene has unmuted her mic. I don't know if she has any final words.
I'm just here soaking it in, and it's really good to, it's so important, as you said, you know, the rules doesn't have to be so rigid, and it really calls, and I'm sure on this platform, we have invited these young men so that they see the need and the importance of, you know, supporting and working alongside. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me here.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for sharing your warmth. Thanks for the trees in the background. I now have a little visual of South Carolina. And I'm glad that the internet that is said to reach every part of the globe has gotten to us today so that we could have gotten your message and your story. Fortune 500, award-winning books, entrepreneur. Thank you very much.
And your energy, we felt the energy. We felt the energy down here, I can tell you. Through the screen.
Thanks a lot for coming
All the best.
Thank you.
All the best with your blog as well.
Thank you.
Shara, are you going to start your blog? Shara, have you started your blog?
Well,
Shara,
Jen has a podcast. I honestly have not done that. And trust me, I'm going to investigate. Raj probably won't be happy to hear that, but blog, yes, I've done that actually. The podcast, that's a scary video, right, Jen? Who's watching?
The podcast is amazing because you just talk. You just talk. That's it.
Yes.
It's so
that
good.
Is something.
I'll send one for Charlene. I'll have a restricted audience.
Yes, I've been trying to do a blog for the longest while. I'm still trying to, you know, drum up the courage, but that is something I'm really interested in.
You got this. Come on, send me your first article because I want to read it.
Well, yes,
encouragement.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
All right. Okay, Jen. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
Right.
Bye. Shara, who do we have with us now?
Well, I'm going to ask us, even as we're here, the participants that we have in the rooms, I'm not sure if who's going to reach over tech support to just let them refresh their screens as they're going in. Some of them are having a little bit of a challenge.
Okay.
They could kind of refresh their screen. So that message has to go out to them so that they could keep accessing the sessions.
Okay.
All right, but our next guest, Balaji is here, Charlene.
Okay. Cheryl?
Welcome.
Good. I don't
Balaji is the director of Civisoft. Quite an interesting name, based in New Jersey. He's the chief technical officer, but you're also the co-founder, not so and director, and you hold these offices?
Yes.
He's the managing development and the sales. I'm right?
Yes, yes.
Involved in cloud-based IoT. Not sure what that means, Balaji, please tell me.
Wow, you have a lot. We look forward to you telling us a lot of what you do and your company. Welcome and thanks for being with us.
Sure, Charlene.
A lot of what
Thanks
you're
for
doing
giving
is
us
based in the health field as well?
Yes, we've been, we are a software company, and then we've been developing software, and software is used in healthcare, manufacturing, financial, and so on. And we've been developing software, deploying at Jamaica, Trinidad, and country of St. Vincent, and a bunch of other countries. And we also have a business here in the US, Canada, and India.
Okay. So tell me something, Balaji.
Sure.
Did I see a Memberly something? Is that
yes.
one of yours?
That is correct. That's correct. Yes.
So tell me a little bit about that one. I'm interested in
yes,
sharing. It's just one that I've gotten to know.
Absolutely.
In the recent past.
Absolutely. And the Memberly's genesis is out of Trinidad, right? And so we are very excited about it. And it started off with the Diabetes Association of Trinidad and Tobago, where they wanted an application to manage their members. And that's how it got started. And so now it's become a pretty generic application where any association that has members can use this mobile application to manage their membership, manage their events, manage campaigns. And in terms of Diabetes Association, individuals can go in and put their daily vitals, so they can manage their vitals and their health status on a daily basis. And going forward, some of the things that we are working with them is to give them a way to analyze their health condition based on their daily vitals such as glucose level, blood pressure, and heart rate, and a bunch of other things. So you can kind of predict what could happen. So some of those things are things we are working with the Diabetes Association. And we are also planning to work with the Heart Association in terms of very similar things. So the idea is that now and going into the future, there are going to be a lot of these wearables, right? For oximeter that you can put on your finger, right, or your blood pressure monitor that you can carry with you, and so on, and your Fitbit and your iPhones. So to collect data from there and provide people the ability to, we all have our car dashboard that tells us when the engine is going to fail, but there's nothing that can tell us when we need to go visit a doctor, right?
Right.
So this can kind of start predicting those things. So they are exciting things that we're working with quite a few people in Trinidad and globally, right?
It really sounds so. And this is something that would be available in the market, accessible to anybody, affordable kind of an app that you would go to an app store or something and
Correct. That is correct. You can go into the App Store or Google Store and download it and into your mobile phone and start using it. Right.
That is very timely. It's extremely important, especially at this time you're talking about software that relates to the health industry. And of course, what with the pandemic, I am sure that there's a great need at this time. For the students who are looking on and involved, what are some of the things which you, in your field that you will be, you know, what advice can you give to them, those who are looking towards, you know, making a career?
Correct. The most exciting thing is some of these things to build any of these applications are you know, freely available, right? Open source, and it's also it's now become in such a way that it's you know, more like a Lego piece. You get pieces of software that you can put together, and again, mobile development has become so simple and easy. You know, high school kids can really get into it and start developing. You know, a lot of high school kids now develop games, right? And they develop many of these mobile applications. So these are all things that you know, high school kids can, you know, pick up and start developing at home. You don't need earlier, you know, we had to have these servers and all of these things to develop application. Nowadays, I mean, all that you need is your laptop, right? And you can do wonders, right? And there's actually a book called you know, World is Flat, which tells you that you know, you can be sitting anywhere in the world and you can be developing an application that can be the next billion-dollar app, right? There's also another book called A $1 Billion App. I think these are two wonderful books that anybody should read, and this is for even high school kids, right? I mean, will demonstrate to them that they can be anywhere in the world and with just a laptop do wonders. And that's how WhatsApp got started, right? WhatsApp initially was only about 15, 20 people, right? When they were a billion-dollar company, right? So
I missed the title of the first book though, Balaji.
World is Flat.
Mm-hmm.
World is Flat.
World is Flat. Yes, it certainly is, huh? At this time.
Even so, there's a lot of talk about coding. What role does coding play in developing these kinds of things? Is that at another level as opposed to the, as you say, the Lego pieces available online to put together your apps? But you know, there are all these jobs we're hearing in coding, and these young people should get into coding. What role does that play in these kinds of developments?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, the next level to an math course like an algebra, or I mean, things of that nature, right? I would say this is the next level to that, right? In a way, I mean, it is, you know, putting a few words together to create a sentence. It's very similar to that. You put a few, you know, of those, you know, words together to create a program, right? So it is almost like learning any other language like English or French or you know, Spanish and so on. But here you need a little bit of, I would say, not too much, but very little, some logical ability to put things together, like a Lego piece, right? You need to know which goes where and so on, right? And you know, sometimes people think of coding and get you know, excited. Some people get scared, right? But I think if taught the right way, and if they don't get scared and just, you know, there are some easier ways to learn it, and it is always useful, right? No matter, you know, if you're a doctor, if you're you know, economist or anything, yeah, learning a little bit of you know, a little bit of coding helps. You don't need to, again, in coding there are many levels, right? So you could just be in level 4 out of 100 and still, you know, you learn something.
Well, I guess you have gotten to one of those levels, Balaji. So I need to say a thank you for the platform that we're using today, because I'm understanding that you would have done a lot of the background on what we actually experiencing today, you and your companies. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes. I mean, it's been an interesting, I would say, about 30 years for me, and we've done a lot of training here in US as well as in India, and some in the Caribbean. And just interesting to see a lot of young folks getting excited about it and learning. And another thing is, once you become a pretty decent programmer, you can be in the beaches of you know, Trinidad, or you can be in the beaches of Bahamas or Jamaica, and be working for a company anywhere in the world, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you, and thanks for the partnership with RSC. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Yes, well, I'm thinking that because I was wondering how much the pandemic would have, you know, displaced or impacted on the company. But, you've gave me the answer there, because even before that, you could be anywhere and you are in fact, coding or engaging in creating. So that is one of the limitless, the borderless aspects of the industry. But seriously though, how much has the pandemic impacted on your company? How many changes have you had to make?
Actually, not just us, and also looking at our customers and so on. Many of them, from programming point of view, or coding, and technology point of view, have not really have not shrunk or have not let people go. But instead, they've used this time to digitalize themselves. Right, a lot of technology, digitalization, or advancement that they were thinking about. Right, they were able to use the last 1 year and advance themselves, because now people are at home and you still need to have them do something, right? Mobile applications have become more popular, right? And like online payments and sitting at home and working from home. Look at what has happened to Zoom. Look at what has happened to Teams, Microsoft Teams, Google, all of them, right? So COVID has not really displaced too much of the IT. Right? It's probably brought them, or had them advance in a way. Right?
Yeah, and brought a lot of adaptations and modifications actually to treat with some of the issues that COVID has thrown up. Even the size of the platform today, we had 17,000 young people on. I mean, where would we have thought of that before, COVID? It was just a thing that you do a little PowerPoint on the side,
Right.
So,
and actually right.
Yes, Balaji, go ahead.
Yes, sorry. And one of the other things that I wanted to say is that, I've been very, very excited about, growing our business and our opportunities in the Caribbean, and being able to partner with RSC in Trinidad and Edu Centers in Jamaica. So we, in building resources in the Caribbean. So one of my goals is to really build more technology resources in the Caribbean and serve globally.
That will be a
and for which I think the high school kids are very important, in the sense the next 4 or 5 years they're going to be the future, right? And they should be focusing on some of these areas, right?
Definitely.
Be excellent.
All right. Any last words you want to leave with us, Balaji?
No, thanks, and it's a wonderful day for Girls ICT, and we are very excited to be part of it. And thanks to RSC and to CAPS for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Balaji. It's been an awesome day indeed, a very informative one, enlightening one. It's quite a bit of information share. I have 2 new books to put on my school reading list.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye now.
All right. Bye-bye. Charlene, I think.
Yes, Shara.
We've had a day. I think we need, here what we should do. We should now apply like for a week, just to absorb and process all that we've received. It has been just so much intense, informative.
We may not have to apply for Shara if we listen to what Balaji is saying. We can, we can be doing such and multitasking.
Pause. Don't let our bosses hear you say that.
This is what, the advancement technology allows for.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
And I see we have
other guesses in while we contemplating, where we will be next. Which beach? That
Hello,
close up.
good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me and inviting me.
Thank you very much.
I don't, Shara, you go ahead.
All right. You're still contemplating, all right?
Yes, I like the idea.
Ramisa Soom. Your
Yes,
last name has
you can Anjali work just fine. It's a long name.
experience in corporate communications and internationally certified in events management. You've demonstrated all of this over a history of working in financial and telecommunications industry, corporate social responsibility, corporate communications, media management, and the list goes on of all the things that you're involved in. As a holder of an MBA, I want you to share with us today, where do you see your corporate experience really coming to fore in an ICT environment?
Well, I work in an ICT environment. I'm surprised you all have a bio. I didn't even know that you all had a bio of me.
And we have ways of getting things.
I realize.
That's how RSC does it.
That's how RSC does it, yeah. Because he didn't ask me for anything. And when he invited me, it's like, Raj, you know, I like it behind the scenes. You know, this is not my, but for you, I'll do it.
So tell me, where has your behind the scenes been invested? What has?
Well, I'll just to start off, I spent 10 years at a financial institution for students, mostly in corporate communications. Mind you, I'm a qualified systems analyst by my Bachelor of Science, but I sort of fell into corporate communications and fell in love and then never left. I never looked back, sort of thing. But in terms of the field that I'm in right now at TSCT, I'm the manager of corporate responsibility and community relations. And especially in this current climate where there is so much need, there's so much of a need, my core responsibility is to look for ways where I can leverage my organization's resources, whether it be cash kind now or technology, which we are one of the largest technology players in Trinidad and Tobago, leverage our resources to provide support where it's needed. Because especially with COVID, and we realized that threw the entire world into a quandrum. I mean, there was always a discussion before about making broadband or identifying broadband as a basic need along with food, water, clothing. And I think what COVID did was sort of cement that fact that it is a basic need. Because of my contacts with the various stakeholders, NGOs, schools, children's homes, I was able to leverage our resources, whether it be in Wi-Fi devices, things like that, to sort of help and do our part to contribute during this period. And even before, we've always been a part of the cause to empower young people on the whole, for their self-development.
And you are in the middle of all of this in terms of the pandemic, in terms of, I'm listening and I'm thinking, having the technology, but the ultimate aim really is to assist and to help.
Correct.
And I mean, so it comes down to the need, you know, being humane and the importance of assisting through technology.
And understanding what is we say that the need is technology, but there's so many levels of that. Because you had a lot of, and I'm using, because we're in the time of COVID, we went to the basic need. You can provide a device, but can the person use the device? Can the recipient use the device? Do they have the broadband capacity or connectivity to use the device for a constructive manner? So there were all those things. So what, as an organization, what we decided to do, we are not a device provider. And unfortunately, we ourselves faced a lot of constraints during this time. But what we saw it best to do was what we termed zero rate, which simply means making the important site, and I'm because of my audience, specifically education, we sought to make a lot of sites zero rated, which simply means you did not have the need, once you have the device, you did not have a need to top up your devices or have the credit and so forth to get access to your Ministry of Education sites, to UE sites, UTT sites, Google. We even created plans as an organization. So we look to find ways where the connectivity, which was a major need, rather than in addition to having the device, because you had a lot of programs and a lot of persons stepping forth out of their humane need or their humane thought to provide devices. We wanted to ensure that the recipients, the students, the educators could use these devices for what they were meant to do. So we zero-rated a lot of our educational sites. We even tried to create a plan. We created a plan which is still available and heavily subsidized, called our Be Productive Plan, which allows customers, it's a small rate, the information is on the website, but it allows customers to have access to the Google Meet, because we understood that various schools, various institutions use various platforms, not only one.
Correct.
So there was the we zero-rated sites like Google Meet, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and a suite of others to ensure that persons were able to continue, because we realized this didn't last 1 month. We have gone into a year, and
and it's going to be longer.
And we are slowly repeating it. It's so that the pattern is somewhat unfortunately repeated. But
yes, it is.
Yeah, because the need for technology, it wasn't just one tier. Yes, there were persons who needed device and still need device, but there's also persons who needed the connectivity and the understanding of how to use it.
I'm curious to know, just if you want to tell us a little about yourself and how your journey to where you are.
My journey, I was actually just chatting with the teachers backstage about that.
Yes.
I came through this what was previously known as the junior sec, senior sec system. Very proud of it. I attended, I'll go back there because that's a very proud part of my journey. I attended Shoguna's junior sec and Shoguna's senior secondary, A-level, CXC, everything. After which I had a small stint at Royal Bank, very, very small stint. I chose I have a Bachelor of Science in Information Systems and Management. While pursuing that my journey is sort of all over the place, honestly, at least my academical part of it. Because while attending school, I did sciences, chemistry, biology, sociology. Those are my subjects, even for A. So then to information systems, to corporate communications, it's sort of like a weird trajectory. But I'm one of those persons who enjoyed learning So while when I came out of A-levels, didn't have much of guidance in terms of to go UE and those sort of things, but I found this course, which was at the time London Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It's an international diploma in public relations, marketing, and advertising. And I said, you know what, while I figure out myself, I'll just do this course. It just sounded fun, and I did it. And that was what gave me the step into this field. I started to work at First Citizens from the bottom level, at one of the lowest levels in what they call the clearance department. And I saw an opening at the corporate communications for communications assistant. And because of that, I was midway through my degree at the time. I was, I think, in my second or third year at the time of my bachelor's. I applied, and because of that particular program, I got in. I got the position and fell in love with corporate communications and everything that it is, the advertising, the events management, and then just moved up within there. So I completed my Bachelor of Science because I was already there, and then just went into project management, events management, media management, advertising, etc. I'm a mother. I have a young son, he's 7. So I'm trying to manage the work from home, online school. I'm also
online. That's right.
Yeah, I'm also trying to. I got 2 gray hairs. 2 gray hairs.
You're doing well. And you wait. That's a badge of courage, badge of honor.
I'm grateful this time I have 1. But yeah, I've been at TSC, as I mentioned, for 9 years. I came in. I sort of not switch fields, but I was more specialized when I came into TSCT. So at my previous employer, I did a little bit of everything: events, PR, media. At TSCT, my main role is to leverage. The company is very committed to giving back, because the company we see ourselves as the only truly local communications provider. So it's a critical part of the organization's role to contribute, especially to youth. So I'm always seeking out ways, hence how I met Raj a few years ago. We've partnered over the years on various projects. Always seeking out ways where we can give back in a sustainable way, not just to sponsor an event or to sponsor a project, but to add value so that when we step in and we step out, it's self-sufficient, that you can take it to the next level on your own. Yeah, I think that's it about.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear. I was kind of crossed my fingers. I thought you were going to mention my school also being, from the junior to the senior come, I'm going to claim you and say yes.
What school was that? What school was that?
Baratarian South Secondary. So also part of, similar to Shogunas,
Yeah, that's a very proud part of my because and you see it more and more now that there is such a. And there's still stigma attached to a lot of schools. I mean, they're not a junior sec, senior sec anymore, but
no.
But I'm very proud to have gone
at that time. And I mean, but as you said, being at this during the pandemic now, in terms of even having this platform,
correct.
And it has made it, I would say, to some extent, even the playing field to some extent, allowing for accessibility. And so, what would you say for the students who are listening in? What are some of the things you would advise them, qualities and so which they need to imbibe if it is they are looking at doing?
Definitely soak it all in. Soak it. One of the things that I am proud of from my youth, because I think I've got past youth now, but from my youth is, even though you're not sure, learn something new, because you never know when it can add value later on. So you may, and I know a lot of youths have this self-confusion of what is the next step, what is the path, because there's so many options, or sometimes lack of resources. But once an opportunity comes along to learn something new, take it, because it can always, even if it's not a part of what you think the plan might be, it adds value. Because I say, if you look at my academic listing, nothing adds up. At CXC and A-level, well, I know they call it C-Sec and Cape now, but at CXC and A-level, I would have done biology and chemistry, sociology, those sort of subjects. Then I went in there, I have an international diploma in public relations. I have a Bachelor of Science in Information Systems and an MBA. So it's all and project management, it's all over the place, but they all help me function and all help me, made me equipped.
Made you who you are.
Maybe who I am. And as well, even extracurricular, a lot of what a friend pointed it out to me a few years ago. She said, I was always involved in a lot of groups growing up, not necessarily school groups alone, but extra youth groups from the church, in the community, all sorts of, anything to get out of the house, I was involved in. And I think that helped me with my self-confidence and being able to, we take for granted so that socialization and group work, teamwork, but it helps you so much later on. So I tell my son, I don't expect you to know what you want to do, and it's fine, but anything new, go learn it, expose yourself to it, because it can add value, and learning something new is never a bad thing. And the youths today have so many more opportunities. Their careers that would have never been a dream when we were younger. I mean, at that time, you heard of the typical things: lawyer, teacher, public service, those sort of things. But now, technology and you have coding, you have influencers, you have YouTube. I mean, I saw that, Ms. James. I saw that, but it's a reality. It is a reality.
No. I had influencers coming through my school. We had the 40 under 40 influencers, and children respond to them.
Yeah, they have so many more opportunities, and they have one of the biggest tools to them. Their devices. I mean, there's the Roblox, there's the Minecraft. The secondary school students are probably past that, but but we had to go and find an encyclopedia or go to a library that had a computer to research the internet. Having this at your fingertips where you can Google anything, learn. YouTube, there's a University of YouTube. There's so many. Now I heard someone mention it at the University of TikTok. So we are constantly evolving. But my point is there are so many opportunities at your availability and your fingertips. Take full advantage of it. Constantly have no regrets about reshaping yourselves and trying something new that is productive. Learn as much as you can and enjoy it. And enjoy it at the same time. Yeah.
That is so true. The world is your oyster.
The world is definitely, the world is definitely their oyster.
And it is at their fingertips.
Yeah.
And for the 17,000 plus who have joined us today, I mean, I'm so grateful that they've had this opportunity and for RSC making this, you know, because I'm sure what you're saying, it's resonated, even if it's just with one. You are making a difference, you know, something is going to resonate, and that's what this is about.
Yeah, and I mean, even like as an adult now, I wish there are things I had known when I was younger. And I'm saying this.
I think that's a song, you know.
Yeah, that's a song. Most likely. But there's no one path that suits everyone.
No.
There's definitely no one path that suits everyone. I mean, if academics is your path, then so be it. Go for it. But there are also a lot of other paths that can be just as productive and just as fruitful.
Definitely.
But while you're having fun on the YouTube and whatever the tools, the TikToks, see how it can work for you. Don't work for it. See how it can work for you. I've had close friends of mine who started entire successful businesses by learning from YouTube, so it may not be the part of your friend and your colleague. It may be working, it may be a successful part for them, but that they may not be your destiny, and that's fine. And that's fine. Yeah.
I think your story is really about ensuring that whatever opportunity presents itself, you grasp it.
Take it, yeah.
Sometimes our young people feel that they must chart their path from the time they can walk. I don't like peas. Mommy don't give me that soup.
Yeah.
I don't eat soup. I don't. And they go through their lives selectively deciding what course they will put. And that for me sometimes is one of the disappointing things, because if you prepare, then that's when opportunity knocks.
Correct.
If you're not prepared, it's not classed as an opportunity because you're just not ready.
Correct.
So you had not done your little course.
No, it would not. And the thing is, you know how I did that course is also a very funny story. I worked at our Broadbank Shogunas at the time. And there was a school a little ways away the name was Institute of Tertiary Tutors. And I wasn't permanent at the bank. So of course, available funds to go. And I did not have the guidance for UE or any of those things.
Right.
So that was my plan. I did most of my schooling, all of my schooling part-time. My bachelor's, master's, everything. But I stepped across to this school just to check out what courses they had. And I saw that course. And this was like an afternoon waiting for a taxi, and I just went into the school and I saw it. And I signed myself up and a friend up for the course. And that's how we did it. So sometimes things might you might find your way to something, but that's okay. You may not have an idea of how it's going to help and say, well, what am I doing this for?
Yes.
But it adds, yeah.
Invest in yourself.
Invest in yourself. Don't doubt that at all. Invest in yourself. Yeah.
Great. And Janine, it was a pleasure chatting with you. Praise the Lord, you responded to Raj. You say you're not always in the front.
Yes.
But we got a heartwarming story of encouragement and reinforcement of what it means to grasp opportunity whenever it presents itself.
Thank you all for having me. I don't know if you see the WhatsApp conversation between me and Raj. You know I'm behind the scenes. What are you doing to me?
We can't tell Raj no, don't worry. We all tried.
It was a pleasure. It was nice. It was nice being a part of this.
Yes.
And I'm glad I heard, and when I was back, I heard there was almost 18,000 students on today, and that is a wonderful. Yeah, that is very amazing. So good.
Thank you for accepting. Thank you for accepting and sharing with us.
Most welcome. You all take care and please be safe.
You too.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
So,
Sharon, right, colleagues, we've come to a stage, Charlene, where we have had a day of engaging stakeholders from across the region, across the world, I guess,
amazing.
Yes, and sharing information relevant to our students, to tech, to girls and the boys who support them. I want to thank you for smiling and so on and being there with me. We've had a fantastic day. At this juncture, the Caribbean Association of Principals that Charlene embraces in the background there, CAPS, has the pleasure of partnering with RSC, Restore a Sense of I Can NGO, in hosting today's event. We are very thankful for the 17,000 plus students, close to 18,000 students across our region and educators who have come on board, who have said girls in ICT, support for girls must be recognized, worth it, and have come on board. I hope and pray from the response that the students learn, that they engage, and they come away better, able to serve themselves and their community at the end of the day. So Charlene, I give you the last word.
I just look forward to hearing, to hearing from my students what, this experience has done for them. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity for all who have partnered with RSC for giving our students this opportunity and so many things to think about. I'm sure each and every one has learned something. It's planted a seed, and they are going to leave this rejuvenated, renewed with, new ideas and insights. And this will only be better for our community, our society. So Shara, it's been my pleasure being here and for sharing the platform with you, and with Pat, Patricia as well. And
all our other moderators. We would
all
have had
moderators
out of Jamaica.
Great.
Yeah, coming on earlier. Heidi out of Belize, and actually, Charlene, as we close, 18,721 students, 18,721. And we continue on later on the platform into fun for them.
Yes,
that's right. They go into gaming at after the major sessions.
Great.
So
it has been a full day.
A full day. We're taking next week off. Have a good evening, Charlene. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Take care, Cheryl. I look for you on the beach in the next 3 weeks.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump, and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of POPs. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity, because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste, can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win because people can now donate, they're getting rid of the e-waste, the students and the schools can benefit from it, and at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. In Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, These are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.
The only power really is being in a gang, but they don't last. The average male lifespan is like about 25. Most of them don't have a single possible way out.
This is one of the main things we wanted to work on, getting them to continue with their education.
My training background is really engineering. However, when I came out of university, I couldn't get a job in the field, so I ended up taking a temporary job as a teacher.
I taught in a low-profile school, and I realized that the children had difficulty in learning.
So I had to try different strategies to be able to help them to at least move on. So we decided to put mathematics in a sort of fashion with video and interactive and simulations. We got a school called Union Claxon Bay to allow us to do an experiment with one of the classes.
The school formerly would get a 5% pass rate in maths. It went up to 25%.
They are so excited when they see the software for the first time because they realize it's no longer just chalk and talk teaching. And when they got that confidence, you know, it really boosted their whole morale. So they knew that they could do anything they wanted to do.
That they could move beyond, you know, being just a statistic.
We got some recognition from our Ministry of Education, and they said, look, we can try it national. In 2015, they gave us Unsung Heroes Award.
We actually met with the president, with ministers in the education system.
In one particular case, we were invited to help students in the hotspot area.
But when we went into those areas, we realized that they had no hardware to use the software.
We decided to try and provide hardware for those areas. They donated their time at evening and nights, and we started to refurbish these computers. I mean, to date, we have done like probably 300-400 computers into centers.
They came not only with equipment, not only with computers, but they came with love, which I think was the most important thing that they brought to the community.
The children were really grateful about the fact that they could have the computer to use the software and actually pass the mathematics.
The children now are interested in education, and we have noticed that the grades have improved.
The future of the neighborhoods looks quite promising. There's this need by the people to make that transformation.
Well, one of the most rewarding things is actually seeing young people improve their lives.
Because they're naturally brilliant, they naturally want to succeed. So I think we owe it to them to fix the system.
They see hope because they see themselves being able to further their education.
We need that sort of motivation to move into the next decade.
Education is a thing that is able to transform people. It dissipates ignorance.
Sogan and I, we have a passion to making a difference, to making a change so that we can just have a more better, beautiful nation.
We never really set out to change the future, but really that is what eventually happened.
lands our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hi, Pat.
Hi.
So it's really a pleasure to introduce Miss Aurora Akanksha. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, and a really warm welcome to this Girls in ICT and the boys who support them. A very exciting convention that is going on at the moment. And if I could just share some points that I just learned about you. You are running for the post of Secretary General of the United Nations, and that you were hired by the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, to work in the financial reform of the UN. Very impressive indeed, and it's such a pleasure to have you here at our conference this afternoon. So, Mrs. Akanksha, we are talking girls in ICT and the boys who support them. And would you like to share then in your present post within United Nations, how does the Secretariat, support this whole venture of girls in ICT? How do you all position yourselves in relations to that?
So first of all, thank you so much for having me. Happy Earth Day to everyone. I know.
Thank you. Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Yes.
The relationship with nature is so sacred to you guys. So it's really honored to be here at this day. And in terms of, I'll start with the general thing. Girls in ICT is such an important thing. Like so far, ICT in the past has usually been limited to boys. And we really need to encourage girls to go into this field as well. So I'm so honored at the great work you're doing. Yeah. In terms of a UN specific initiative, I can't really point to any I'm not aware of. If there is, I'm not aware of it, but I can tell you that as part of my candidacy, the one thing that I really am striving for is universal internet access. Today, only half of the world has access to internet. We need to make sure that the entire world has access to internet. And then we need to give an online learning platform where everyone, girls, boys, able, disabled, all kind of children can learn and gain their full potential. Today, a lot of people don't have access to school because of financial constraint, because of other constraints, that it's important that we give them access. And ICT is the foundation for the next generation, to be honest with you. In all education curriculum, coding is must. Like this is a generation that is digital native, but cannot just be a user of technology. They need to create new technology. So I'm really excited for the future that lies ahead with such genius people involved in ICT initiatives.
And I like that point about, they have to create new technology and not just be the consumers of technology. And I mean, as Pat will share with you, we are all concerned as educators about the digital divide and lack of access, especially during this time of online teaching and learning. So that is a very important point as well. And then the focus on females, because in any society, in terms of the marginalization of women, we look at the area of education and access. And while we embrace all genders, I mean, our focus really is to look and see how best we can empower our girls. And you strike me as someone who is empowered in her own rights. So do you want to share any of your journey in terms of how it dovetail into your interest in ICT, or how that help you as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think my journey of ICT, or perhaps anything, starts from a great family foundation where I was encouraged to learn. I was encouraged to ask questions and be curious about the world and just question why. Why does this happen this way? Why can't we do things differently? So I think just the why was a foundation. And in terms of technology, I am a huge fan of what technology can accomplish. Like, it's almost magical at all the great inventions we've seen. Like, we've seen the fourth industrial revolution. What I'm passionate about empowering girls is we invest a lot in coming up with the next best camera and the next best chatting app. We need to invest that same energy in the next best climate solution, in the next best humanitarian emergency solution, the next best way to develop infrastructure. So I think that's where I really want to see ICT go for, beyond consumer mentality to actually solving world problems.
Very good. Pat, would you like to?
And that is, I was now thinking that is exactly what today's event is all about. It's focusing us in that kind of direction and telling us that we have the power to do those kinds of things and make those kinds of changes. I like the fact that you are positioning yourself to become the person who allows these kinds of programs to be spread abroad internationally. Could you tell me, like, how did you become interested in becoming a part of the UN in the first place?
Yes, thanks so much, Ms. Pitt. So I graduated college. I was working as a manager at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was writing audit standards for Canada. I was one of the youngest professors at University of Toronto teaching audit. And I got a call from the UN to be part of the financial reforms of the UN to help use financial resources efficiently, to streamline the processes, to make sure most of the funding goes to the intended cause. And I was hired for my expertise, but my decision to run for this position is influenced by what I have learned while working here. And what I have learned isn't really pleasant, but I think it's an honest truth that the world would appreciate knowing. There are two UNs. The world only talks about one UN, which is the decision-making component: Security Council, Economic and Social Commission, and General Assembly. But those are just decision-making bodies. That's tip of the iceberg. Underneath the iceberg, we have an entity secretariat, which has 100 other entities, a budget of more than $50 billion, headed by the Secretary General. And for every dollar we receive, only 30 cents, 30, is used for the cause. The rest goes into bureaucracy. Today, we have the highest number of refugees and displaced people, stateless people in the world, and we're not able to meet their basic needs because of lack of funding or perhaps misuse of funding. When it comes to development, over the last 40 years, we've tried something called Reaganomics: give money to the top, hope it'll trickle down. And no country has developed by UN aid. So we need a model of development that is rooted in the success of people. And the tools of success in 21st century are universal internet and universal education. So my solutions are rooted in what hasn't worked and what world needs in 21st century.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Yeah.
I do appreciate, sorry, Pat.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I do appreciate that human development and sustainable development. I think, from countries labeled as third world, in the Caribbean, we really need to embrace that. And it's rather disturbing, that whole practice, the Reaganomics aspect, that model. I find it so outdated. And I think we do need someone with your passion and youth and experience, and as a female who could, empower other females as well to ask questions, ask difficult questions, and push the envelope as well. So I really wish you a lot of luck with that aspect of this journey that you're on right now. But also, I know Pat had asked about your experience, as a young woman going through the education system. And do you have any words of advice for our young ladies? They're all here. We have more than 18,000 participants at the moment. As an empowered female, do you have any words of advice for our young ladies at this point in time?
I think just being a woman is such a privilege because it's an experience that I share with everyone. So I'm just so glad for all my sisters on the call. So thank you so much. My word of advice to everyone would be, as women, society sometimes doesn't treat us equally. There is discrimination. It's a very sad truth. There is discrimination on the basis of our gender, and then there's discrimination on the basis of color, and then there's discrimination on the basis of age. And there's a lot that we have to fight for. So God has given us that strength to be courageous, to fight injustice relentlessly, to care deeply about environment and everyone around us. So we need to take our feminine leadership and bring it into action, and not be discouraged by these little hurdles of discrimination or anything else that comes our way, and courageously be you. Always be honest and true to yourself. And I know it's not easy, especially for high school or middle school girls where you're just figuring out life, but just have faith that God made you so special, so unique, and honor that. And the other thing is ask for help always. It's not easy to go through life alone. There's so many people, so many sisters out there willing to help us. So ask for help, be courageous, and be bold.
Thank you very much. That is lovely, really. Yes.
Lovely. Yes.
Yes.
Be authentic, be your true self. Messages that our children need to hear, both the boys and the girls.
Yes,
because so very often they're trying to be something that they're seeing out there that they think is the real thing, when really actually you are the real thing, and be you all the time. So thank you for sharing that.
Yes. And I think one thing I would just add to that is there's a lot of pressure on teenagers to just be perfect, because whenever you see a role model or you see a celebrity, you just see the perfect side of their life. But there's so many failures, so many other hiccups that led to that perfect Instagram picture. So realize that everyone goes through these failures. They just don't talk about it. So please, let's as a community talk about all the pluses and minuses. Let's not life be a victory lap. Oh my God, success A, success B, success C. Let's talk about C.1, C.2, C.3, C.100 failures that led to that. So please, this happens to everyone, and be truthful, be honest. And it's not like Instagram perfect life. It's more like TikTok.
True enough.
And Pat, it reminds me of our president, Ms. Shara Carrington James, when she had a presidential thought presentation. She spoke about let's not be competing.
That's correct.
Yes, I remember that. Let's support. Yes, let's create.
Yes, that was an excellent presentation.
And that's a really good message that ties in with what Miss Akansha is sharing with us. That as women, I mean, there's a stereotype that girls tend to be a bit petty and not supportive, and that image that they put out there in social media that is so well put together is as a result of so many pictures you take and you polish it and you put it there. But I feel there's a sisterhood, as you rightly said, and we need to be part of that sisterhood.
Yes,
and you brought that to the forefront there. Yes, very good.
And it's something I really want to, as part of my conversations with every women group or girls group, is to say, yes, it is an elephant in the room that women don't always support women. And let's accept it and encourage the conversation. Why don't you? Is it because the society pegs us against each other? Is it because we get jealous? Whatever it is, we will work through this and restore our sisterhood.
Yes.
So it's just a conversation I do want to start, because we don't talk about it.
And we should. We definitely should. Yes.
We anything? Have so much.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to share though, Miss Akansha, in your venture towards, this position that you are aspiring towards. Is there anything that we at our level how could we contribute at our level to such an organization and to support initiatives that you have in mind, and to support individuals like you who are vying for leadership position? We do need that young, vibrant, passionate sort of people there. How could we now push that movement forward?
So I'd love to share with everyone that as part of my candidacy, I will be releasing my vision statement on April 30th. I can talk a bit about that right now.
Yes.
The way I envision the new UN should be serving governments, individuals, and NGOs and private sector. And let me expand on that. When it comes to governments, we don't really offer them any service other than conference management. Come to the UN and do a conference. We need to allow governments to barter ideas, to barter technology, to barter resources for development and not just for military purposes. Like we need to expand on ideas diplomacy. We need to expand on technology diplomacy for development. We need to make member states friends of each other, like forge alliance of willing. When it comes to people, we need to bring online access to internet and education to everyone. And most importantly, there's so many NGOs, private sector who want to do great work. They don't have a platform. They don't have that one-stop shop to come to learn about what's going on in one country, what are the areas they need help in, what are the different NGOs, how do we collaborate? So to create that launch pad of information, of development by and collaboration by private and not-for-profit sector. So that's something I'm very excited about. And another thing is youth engagement. Today, half of the world is under 30, majority is under 35, the definition of youth. And the average age of UN leadership is 62.
Oh.
So we need to give
youth voices.
Yes, we need to give them
there.
leadership position. We really cannot just do activism anymore. We need to give them leadership position and get them significantly involved. And how people can help me is I would love for them to go on my website and vote, aurora4sg.org, FOR, ARORA, aurora4sg.org. Vote for me, and a vote tells your ambassador that you support change. Please follow me on social media at Aurora4People, the number 4, and tag your prime minister or president, and just say you want change and you want a new secretary general who can usher in a new leadership. And I've shared this message, let's say to 10 people. I urge you to share it with 10 more and pass the word, because this is our time to make a difference in the UN. A lot of times we leave it to others to make change, but we have to take ownership of the world that we're inheriting.
Oh yes, that is quite correct. We need to take ownership and to really be a part of the whole community, because that's what we are all in this together.
True.
And once we continue working together, it can happen. So thank you for sharing, Aurora. That was excellent.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to put up on the chat, it's aurora4sg.org.
Yes, FOR. And then the social media handle is the number 4 people, Aurora4People.
Okay.
Oh, we'll have to get that out there.
We have to get it out there, yes.
So Pat, do you want to wrap up? Or?
Someone has raised their hand. So do I ask the tech team, are we allowed to have the raised hand person ask their question? There's a Donald Baldew Singh who has raised his hand. Tech support, can you give me some guidance here? Okay. I'm not getting a response. I don't know if Mr. Baldew Singh, you can.
Oh, I'm seeing a yes there. Yeah, on
yes?
the chat. Yeah.
Oh yes. Hi, yes. Okay, so go ahead, please, Donald. You can unmute and speak to. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say
welcome.
quickly, as a very strong supporter of Ms. Aurora for the candidacy, and as a Caribbean person, she is too modest and too shy to say that we need really active support from the Caribbean region for her to be propelled into this position. And your organization, the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, is an extremely powerful organization. So I would like to ask you, because she won't, to consider endorsing her for the change that she is promoting, and consider speaking to the governments in the region, because this is going to come down to a vote. So the sooner that we can have some conversations between Ms. Aurora and prime ministers in the region via the ministers of education or any other channel, that she can have this kind of message one-on-one with some prime ministers, the sooner we can get the kind of groundswell that we need to let
yes.
the Caribbean's voice be heard in this campaign and support somebody who is going to make really positive change.
Positive changes, yes. It sounds that way. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks
Valdez.
very much.
Yes,
Thank
thanks
you.
for coming in and sharing even more information there with us. So,
All right.
Sonia,
Well, Pat, I
anything
just
to
want to
add?
say that, you know, Aurora, if you don't mind me calling you Aurora, you are a package of energy and dynamism. And just listening to you, I feel very much encouraged by the youth. And I like the fact that, you know, we are telling our young people that they have a voice and age is not, you don't have to wait until your 60s and 40s and so on. You could contribute. You are a valuable component of the way that we make decisions in this world that we live in, and they have a valuable voice as well, and for providing that platform. And I wish you all the best in your ventures, and definitely you will be getting lots of support from these participants who are viewing today, and we will keep in touch. So all the best, and thank you very much for sharing your wisdom and insights this evening.
All the best. Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you, Aurora. Sonia, it was nice as usual. Every single time we're on a platform together, always we have a good time.
Thank
So
you.
thanks once again.
It was enjoyable. Thanks, Pat.
All right.
Take care.
And I am back to share with you some news. I have bad news and I also have very good news. The bad news is that we are going to have to postpone, not cancel, postpone our gaming session. And we're postponing, and this is the good news, because we have over 5,000 persons who wanted to participate. Unfortunately, the platform that we have is unable to have that number on it at the same time in that activity, and therefore we are simply postponing. All gamers note that your name is there, it's recorded, and they're going to create smaller sessions so that you can have that opportunity to be a part of that gaming esport section of the day. And it's going to be fantastic. Look forward to it. So you now, instead of just having one day of this beautiful activity, you now have two. So all the best to you when you go into your esport and gaming sessions next. Have a good evening, everyone.
I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump, and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of pups. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity, because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste, can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win because people can now donate. They're getting rid of the e-waste. The students and the schools can benefit from it. And at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. In Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, These are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.
The only power really is being in a gang, but they don't last. The average male lifespan is like about 25. Most of them don't have a single possible way out.
This is one of the main things we wanted to work on, getting them to continue with their education.
My training background is really engineering. However, when I came out of university, I couldn't get a job in the field, so I ended up taking a temporary job as a teacher.
I taught in a low-profile school, and I realized that the children had difficulty in learning.
So I had to try different strategies to be able to help them to at least move on. So we decided to put mathematics in a sort of fashion with video and interactive and simulations. We got a school called Union Claxon Bay to allow us to do an experiment with one of the classes.
The school formerly would get a 5% pass rate in maths. It went up to 25%.
They are so excited when they see the software for the first time because they realize it's no longer just chalk and talk teaching. And when they got that confidence, it really boosted their whole morale. So they knew that they could do anything they wanted to do.
That they could move beyond, being just a statistic.
We got some recognition from our Ministry of Education, and they said, look, we can try it national. In 2015, they gave us Unsung Heroes Award.
We actually met with the president, with ministers in the education system.
In one particular case, we were invited to help students in the hotspot area.
But when we went into those areas, we realized that they had no hardware to use the software.
We decided to try and provide hardware for those areas. They donated their time at evening and nights, and we started to refurbish these computers. To date, we have done like probably 300-400 computers into centers.
They came not only with equipment, not only with computers, but they came with love, which I think was the most important thing that they brought to the community.
The children were really grateful about the fact that they could have the computer to use the software and actually pass the mathematics.
The children now are interested in education, and we have noticed that the grades have improved.
The future of the neighborhoods looks quite promising. There's this need by the people to make that transformation.
Well, one of the most rewarding things is actually seeing young people improve their lives.
Because they're naturally brilliant, they naturally want to succeed. So I think we owe it to them to fix the system.
They see hope because they see themselves being able to further their education.
We need that sort of motivation to move into the next decade.
Education is a thing that is able to transform people. It dissipates ignorance.
Sogan and I, we have a passion to making a difference, to making that change so that we could just have a more better, beautiful nation.
We never really set out to change the future, but really that is what eventually happened.
I'm Raj Ramdas from an organization called Restore a Sense of ICANN. And our project is called Project RIDE. RIDE means to reduce the indiscriminate dumping of e-waste. Actually, how this project started is we do donations of used computer equipment to socioeconomic areas and schools. And as a result of that, we were able to get some media airtime explaining that particular project. And we were shocked by the number of people in Trinidad and Tobago who had e-waste to dump, and they really didn't know what to do with it. We were even more surprised how many people dump their e-waste in garbage bags and just send e-waste to landfills. That led us to start realizing a number of things. Number one, we did some research and realized that e-waste has a lot of POPs. And once people keep dumping the e-waste into the landfills, we are creating a huge, massive environment problem. But the bigger problem really is that the people, the everyday person, don't know that. So as far as they're concerned, e-waste is not a big issue. They can send it to the dump. Not only they didn't know that it's a problem, even those who knew it should not be done express their feelings that, okay, so I don't know what to do with my e-waste. There are no systems in place, especially here, that people can take their e-waste and dispose of it other than going to a professional organization that would charge them to dispose of this e-waste. So that problem being such a huge problem, within it lies an opportunity, because some of these ICT-based e-waste, computer-based e-waste, can be easily refurbished and placed back into the system. So what we did is we formed technology clubs. And these clubs, they have more focus in secondary schools, but we do have clubs at the university level, and we also have clubs in community centers. They would collect e-waste. We are partnered, so we would train the students how to refurbish the equipment, and those that can be reused are placed back into the system. So it's a win-win because people can now donate. They're getting rid of the e-waste. The students and the schools can benefit from it. And at the end of the day, it's a positive both for the schools and for the country. Some of the things we're looking at is expanding to 20 new clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're looking at a huge awareness program. The awareness program will take two forms. We're going to run an essay competition amongst the schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and students will have to research and produce an essay on e-waste. And then also we are developing an app. It's going to be an Android-based app, and the app will allow people to get information on POPs, on e-waste, on situations of e-waste in Trinidad. And we are trying to make it interactive so that people can also report e-waste issues or report possible donations. So the clubs, the refurbishment, the app, the essay competition encompass the project. In Trinidad, what we call hotspot areas, these are high crime areas. So it's pretty dangerous for the average person to walk in.
One of the main things in the hotspot areas is that kids who are not doing well in school, they normally drop out and they go into crime.